Hey guys, what is going on? Welcome to Origin Stories. We're back with my good friend Jace. What is up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Man, it's been a while since I've been on camera, man. For like 4 months, 3 months, something like that. When I was on Common Cruise, so like, finally, I'm on camera. So
Well,
some
what,
stuff forth.
what,
Talk.
what happened was is you were letting everyone else feel good about themselves because your gorgeousness puts them all to shame.
People
That-
always praise my collection and all. So yeah, yep. Hey, man, Jace got some fire games. He got some fire comics, fire movies, Funko Pops. Oh man, got it
yeah.
all.
And first thing I got to say, I apologize because we had talked about doing this way back in July, I think,
I think
and
yeah, it was around the summertime when you first bought it. We was supposed to do it all because I think you had the thumbnail for the live stream up
yep,
already.
yep.
Yeah.
And August is when the Disc Golf World Championship was like a few miles from my house. So I changed my focus to that. And the last few months has been disc golf, disc golf, disc golf, my YouTube content. So now 2025, we're going both directions this year. It's going to be awesome. Well, 2025 starts in a few days, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. But we closed the show out with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Close
Yep.
this year.
We closing out in style.
Yeah.
I've said this, the best thing that happened to me in 2025 was going to Charlotte,
Yo, yeah, HeroesCon.
sneaking around,
Yeah.
walking up, sticking my hand out, and people looking at me like, "Who is this idiot?" And I mean, surprising y'all at Heroes Con. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that was so
That
awesome.
that was a great moment there, man. I was telling Sean about that a couple days ago. Like, yo, Dow coming out of nowhere after telling us, oh, he ain't gonna be able to make it and all that. We're like, all right. So we ain't had no expectation of you being there. As soon as we saw you, we was, I think, in the Claremont line. We
Yep.
saw you come by like this deep. That was funny, man.
Good
That was
times. Good times. Did you get anything good there?
all right, HeroesCon?
Yeah.
Man, outside I got some one book I want to show that I got signed by Claremont. Let's just go ahead. 2 books here. 2 good books I got signed by Chris Claremont. Here we go. Classic X-Men and
See,
X-Men Magneto. Both
uh,
signed by Claremont.
let me make you big over here.
Blow it up, blow it up.
There you go.
These gorgeous signatures here. Yep.
That the 25-year anniversary covers, I love those so much.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, those are 2 books I got signed. I think it's the 3rd book that was on. So yeah, it was a book that I got off the table that I got signed by Claremont, but that's not. I ain't digging for that. Yeah. But in terms of books, I got a lot of books this year, so and I ain't even had them ready for this show because too many books and it's a massive stack. So y'all guys can check out the Comic Hall Crew show because that's where I show a lot of those books off.
Yep.
That's Comic Hall Club plug right there. So I post all my hauls on that show.
Yeah, and the Comic Hall Crew, if y'all don't know, if y'all haven't checked it out, one of the best things on YouTube. I will say I love watching the guys. And you were telling me they haven't been on for like a month or so?
In around early October or mid October, the last show they did.
Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Wow.
They will be back on tonight at 9:30.
Ish.
Yep.
30
And I may pop in after we done this show.
Nice, nice. All right, let's go to the beginning. How did you get started in comics?
So when it comes to comic books, my first comics were not Marvel comics, nor DC comics. It was by a little fella called Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, nice.
First ever comic book.
Nice.
Sonic 24, issue number 24, Sonic versus Evil Sonic, along with Tails and Sonic. That was my first ever comic, along with this right here, the Battle Royale.
Oh.
I believe I got all of these in '94 when my parents bought these for me. These are the first 2 comics I got. Then I think the following year is when I had hits. Now these are not my original copies. These are newer copies that I bought recently. My original copies are gone and pretty much been trashed. This is Princess Sally and Knuckles. I had these two back in the day too, 95, 96. So, and I think it was another Sonic comic that I had that I can't remember the exact issue. I know it had to be in the teens. Can't remember the cover because I don't have it with me. I ain't bought that issue back. I only got 10 to 15 tons of teens issues. But those were my first comic books that I had as a kid. Now I don't have it with me now because I gave it to Sean years ago. My first ever Marvel / Image comic was the Spider-Man Gen 13 crossover.
Mm-hmm.
I got that when we went to a comic book convention in 1996. So that was like my first Spider-Man / Image comics that I had. And I would say, and I ain't dig on none of my short boxes over here was on Cable and Bishop, but when 99 was the year when I started buying comics. When I bought Bishop comics, the funny thing, I bought 4 issues of Bishop that they came in a pack from a bodega corner store in New York City. Because they were selling comics. They had their own little small spinner rack, and they were selling comics. So I bought 4 issues of Bishops from the miniseries. Then, when I really got deep into comics, was when we came down here, where I'm currently living in Florida, while I was still in New York in 2000. We went to Universal Studios, and they had a Marvel store, and they had a whole bunch of Cable comics. And I became a fan of Cable, watching a lot of the X-Men show anime series back in the 90s. So I ended up picking up by at least 6-7 Cable issues. Most of them was in the 40s, and I think it was 2 issues in the 50s. I know Nemesis Contract was one of them, but I bought those issues there, and from that point on, I saw every year I was buying comics. From 2001, 2002, when we moved here in Florida in 2002. We went to a couple comic book stores. Sci-Fi City was one of the big stores we came down here and started going to a lot. I was buying a lot of comics. Bought a bunch of X-Men books when we went to one convention in 2003. And I bought a lot of Spider-Man. I think my Spider-Man collection, I started building that up in 2004. So from from 2000, when we came here and went to that Marvel store in Universal Studios, that's when I started buying more comics, and I was buying them every year on the regular. And I'll say I had, about 2007 or 8, I had 4 short boxes, including my first ever X-Men short box, because I was buying X-Men books then. And I had some Avengers books that I ended up giving to Sean, because I really like those stories. I know it was one with She-Hulk, that involved with She-Hulk. So I had those Avengers books, and I ended up giving those away. But boy, that's when my comic book collecting started going crazy. Then we hit a pause, I'll say, in 2009, 2010, 2011, those 3 years, because even Sean would say that he there was a stretch when he wasn't buying comics, and I wasn't buying comics because we wasn't going to comic book conventions or stores. So 2013, I'll say, it was 2008. We'll go for it. At one of the jobs we were working at, it was a cubicle. That lady had in one of the cubicles. She had a MegaCon promote a MegaCon advertisement promoting for that year coming up. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go. We ain't been to a convention in a long time. Let's go ahead and go to this MegaCon, see how it was. Me and Sean went, and boy, oh boy, we never looked back. We went to every MegaCon from 2013 to 2019 before the pandemic came and screw up our consecutive years.
Mm-hmm.
But that's when my collection was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. My COZ, I'm at over 1K, but that's not counting because I still have a bunch of X-Men books I haven't even added to my COZ comics. So I know my comic book collection is massive, and I'm going to talk about my video game, but my comic book collection is actually bigger than my video game collection.
Wow.
Totally, and that's including the omnibuses and trade paperbacks. I got a lot of omnibuses. I'm over 100 omnibuses.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So that's a lot. My comic book collection is huge.
Let me ask you this about the omnibuses, because I've never gotten one. I just know they are huge, and most of them are really expensive. How much more is put into the omnibuses compared to just like if you get the issues?
Well, first of all, if you want to read stories, it's better to read them in omnibuses. And I noticed because when I started buying omnibuses in 2016, because it was all the X-Men stuff in the 90s that I was buying. I had a lot of those issues, like the Onslaught story. I had some of those issues and singles, and I did read them, but I never actually read the whole story as entirety. So that's when I got that omnibus, it made it easier to read it than if you had it in collections in terms of the single issues. So that's the benefit of reading in terms of omnibus. Because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't read, and when it comes to reading in terms of actual physical comic books, outside of the miniseries, like especially more some of the video game comics I got, I haven't read a lot of them. Period. Over the last 3-4 years. So if I read something, especially anything like kind of modern, I'll wait till they get in an omnibus form and I'll buy it and read it then. Like I'm gonna tell you, this is a Jonathan Hickman story, and I read the Hickman Avengers. Like, man, I can imagine trying to read this in single issues. Consider how the story, how complicated the story could be if you just read one issue and you have to wait a month or two to just read the next. Like, dang, how will not be able to tolerate that, man? I gotta read his story back to back.
It's funny because I remember the days when the X-Men comics come out. Do you remember the polybag one? You got the one, yeah. And they had that whole run which went over different X series.
Yep.
Yeah, and we were reading, get one. We had to wait for the next one. Sometimes like 2 would come out in a week or 3 would come out in a week. But I think it's called the Executioner Song, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Executioner Song. So yeah.
And I'm just thinking now, if back then I just had the omnibus that had them all in order, would have made it so easy.
That was the problem, especially in the 90s, because even I never was a Fatal Attraction. That story, I only had 3 issues that I bought. I was like, it's hard for me to track down. I think it was on Excalibur or one of them. Like, it's hard for you to track down some of those books. And I think another guilty is Maximum Carnage for Spider-Man. That had 15 parts. Like, yo, you have to get the damn book for each and every one. So that's hard to track down. I was like, yeah, it's better to read and collect an omnibus and read it straight from there. So, like, if, for example, I did this with War Kings, or the War Kings, Realms of Kings. I read the whole stories in omnibuses, but I decided to get the single issues just to have it for collectors. That's how I did it that way. Like, you know what? I already read the stories in omnibuses, so I don't mind getting the single issues and collectibles. I did doing the same day with Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War. I got all 3 omnibuses, and I read them, but I wanted to get the one to collect them in single issues.
Now, did you find those at full price, or did you find some of the discount ones?
Well, before I used to get all my omnibus from in stock trades. They had discounts, and I'm talking about from 2016 to 2020. They used to have 50-60% discount. You used to get, instead of paying the retail price at $125, you paying $64.99 or $7. Yeah. So that's how I was getting. I'll say from 2016 to 2019. I say each is over here. I think I damn near spent $1,000 on omnibus. Total. I was going ham on, and I like some of the X-Men books. I was finding those on eBay for even cheaper prices. And I found the Deadpool Joe Kelly omnibus that was out of print. I was able to get that for $140 instead of paying $200 and plus, because that book was very hard to find back then. So I was able to get that first print for a cheap price, and pretty much. And I'm gonna tell you this: I've slowed down buying omnibuses the last 3 years.
Yeah,
I've slowed down because, boy, Marvel has been putting out so many books. It's hard for me to keep up. I bought the first 2 volumes of Wolverine omnibuses just to come out and find out they had volume 5. I'm like, oh man, what's going on here? They released the Incredible Hulk Peter David omnibus with volume 1 and 2 just to come out. They already had volume 6. I'm like, Jesus, volume 1 and 2 just came out a couple months ago, and y'all already up at the volume 5, and I'm seeing they coming out with a volume 6. What, yo? It's like, the funny thing is, Marvel back in 2016 to 2018, they were very slow at putting omnibuses out. Very slow. Especially even some of the I think the War Kings stuff that came out way. I was like, man, why they haven't released War Kings? Why they haven't released that by now? Especially when you had the Nova omnibus, not the Nova. Yeah, it was a Nova book that came out. And Annihilation, they had Annihilation and Annihilation Conquest came out, but no War King. So like, what's going on here? Then when they finally put them out, I bought those day one, pre-ordered them from Amazon. They came out with those omnibuses, but I say after 2021, and the population of these popularity omnibuses start getting more high, and Marvel see that the demand for the omnibuses, they start releasing a bunch of them in rows. I mean, every month they have like 2-3 omnibuses coming out every month, and I'm looking at like with the X-Men omnibuses. Now I got the original copies of the hardcover Fatal Attraction, Execution of the Song, Extinction Agenda, and I forgot what's the other story in the 90s they had. Oh, the Onslaught. I bought all of those back in 2016 when I started buying all the X-Men stuff I was buying. Now they reprinting them, and they didn't have the Marvel Omnibus label on the side.
Mm-hmm.
They were just regular hardcovers, but now they reprinting them, turning them to omnibuses. I'm like, man. And they reprinting I think it was 2. They reprinted the what's the name? The Jean Grey. Cause I missed on the Jean Grey and Cyclops omnibus, so they reprinted that for a second time. But the Onslaught, before I started reading Onslaught, when I looked it up, they had the Onslaught, the Prelude, Road to Onslaught. They had them 3 trade paperback books. So I bought all 3 of those to read them, so I could get to read the Onslaught omnibus. Now they got all 3 of them in the omnibus format. So like everything they had in trade paperbacks back then, they turned them into omnibus. Everything they had in hardcovers, they turned them to omnibus. Like in Marvel, they've been just going crazy in releasing them. I think the last omnibuses I bought was the New Warriors 1 and 2, and I bought Thunderbolts Volume 1 and 2. And that's it. I don't think early last year was the last time I bought an omnibus, and I haven't seen it. And now that I'm gonna tell you this, you see how the amount of games I buy, and video games is $70 for a brand new game.
Yep.
I ain't paying $70 for a brand new game in the omnibus in the same year, in the same month.
Mm-hmm.
No, especially that with the amount of games that's been coming out, and how Marvel's constantly releasing a lot of omnibuses. Yeah, I had to sacrifice some omnibuses, man. And space. I think I got 1 spot on the shelf left that I could put at least 3 or 4 books. No more. I'm not building no more shelf for omnibus. And no. They too much. Like I said, I'm over 100 plus Marvel omnibuses, and I'm not trying to get any more. Or unless it's a have to. Like I forgot about Black Panther. What's the name? Oh man, his name not come on mind. Christopher Priest. Yeah, Christopher Priest. His omnibus. I got his first volume. I think they released the second volume of his Christopher Priest one. So that I would probably will still attempt to get.
Which run was that? Was that the?
That was the late 90s when Christopher Priest took over in the 90s. Yeah.
Okay. What about
did
you get any of the earlier X-Men?
I got the Claremont omnibuses, but I don't have anything earlier than that.
Mm-hmm.
I got his the first. Actually, I don't got volume 5. I got the first 4 volumes of Claremont Uncanny X-Men omnibuses, but I don't have the last one.
Yeah, my favorite story in Marvel of all time is the Dark Phoenix saga. It's just such a great story, and I would like to get an omnibus for that, just because I just think it's so good.
I'm gonna tell you this: they released a solo omnibus. They have the I think it was Uncanny Volume 1 or 2. One of them. They had the Phoenix Saga story in the omnibus, but they released a solo omnibus based on both the Phoenix Sagas. And that's another thing they've been doing. That's why I think it was matter of fact, War Kings, the Guardian Galaxy. They released a Guardian Galaxy album omnibus that had all the War Kings story arcs to it. But they re-released when they released War Kings omnibus, it was all that was in the War King omnibus. So it makes the Guardian Galaxy omnibus irrelevant. Like, what's the point of you having it? Because they already have those exact same stories and that on the War King omnibuses. So like, yeah. And they'll do that sometimes. They will take on like the Cable, and I keep forgetting about that omnibus, man. I like, man, because it was a Cable X-Force omnibus, and I think it was another one that they had that was missing the story. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Jean Grey Cyclops omnibus and all that story arc, and there's another story arc that I did not read in the 90s. So when it comes to X-Men, I pretty much read, I'll say about 85% of the 90s X-Men stories. So.
Mm-hmm.
Except for that Jean Grey and Cycle. I have some of those issues singles, but there's a lot of issues that are part of that I don't have. So yeah.
So what is your favorite storyline? Like arc?
Story arc.
I always thought Onslaught was great, but I have not read that in years. I really do want to go back and read that again because I thought that was a great storyline.
Onslaught was great. Boy, you have to read the prelude, the Road to Onslaught to really get connect everything. So that's why even with Age of Apocalypse is one of my favorite X-Men storylines. I love Age of Apocalypse. That I read twice because you had the prelude to Age of Apocalypse and you had the Age of Apocalypse omnibuses, and I read that omnibus twice. I think the Age of Apocalypse and War Kings are the two stories that, in terms of omnibuses, that I read. Two big 100,000-page omnibus. I read them twice. Something that's hard for me to do, but if I love a story, I'll just go ahead and read it through. When it comes to omnibuses, I think that's the thing about reading omnibuses. You could just sit the book here on your lap, read it for about 3 hours. And I'm gonna tell you this: the times when I used to read omnibuses a lot, especially when I can't do it when I work, was Sunday afternoon doing football. I had the football on the TV, and I had the omnibus look on here on my lap, looking down, looking up, looking at something happened. I'll look up and see the football play. Right? But yeah, that's how I used to read my omnibus. But yeah, Age of Apocalypse is definitely up there for me. And what else I'll say with X-Men? I love Fatal Attraction. That's another one. Now, Fatal Attraction, yeah, I love that story arc. For X-Men, outside of X-Men, Spider-Man, boy, man, I can't say. The funny thing about the Clone Saga stuff, I've read a lot of those issues of singles. And man, oh man, some stuff was good. Ben Reilly was awesome. But everything else, even as a kid, when I was at that young age, when I was reading books in the 2000s, I'm like, man, what's going on here, man? They were confusing me like so crazy that night. And this is why I got the Clone Saga of Volume 1, but I'm like, I've been so hesitant whether I want to pull that book out the shelf and read it. You know, I think if I read it the whole thing, even the Ben Reilly stuff, man, it will really mess my mind up, man. Because even I don't know if I couldn't comprehend it then. I'm not sure if I want to comprehend it now. There's a lot of stupid stuff that they did in the Clone Saga that had me scratching my head. Then I don't know if my thoughts have changed on that.
So, what did you think about the McFarlane era of Spider-Man?
Now, dude, did I read the McFarlane? I know I read those issues of singles.
I mean, I personally think they're overrated myself because people.
I think it's story-wise.
I'm a big fan of McFarlane, but.
Like I can't think of there was some good issues he wrote, but I can't, in terms of story arc wise, I can't really think of anything in some story. He just had some good issues that I like the issue with him. He teamed up with X-Force.
Yep.
The issue he teamed up with what's the name? What the showdown? He had that showdown with Magneto. That I read that in singles issue. And what was the other issue of his? I think he did. Now I did read some of his Spawn. Like, I read like the first 12, 15 issues of Spawn. I did like those.
That's what I did when they first come out, and I haven't read any since.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear a lot of people talking about it that the last 50 issues have been real good, but I have not read any of them.
Yeah, I haven't read because I got the McFarlane Spider-Man omnibus, but I haven't read those yet. A lot of his stuff, I just have read some of the single issues that I bought. Now, Annihilation. I don't know if you heard of Annihilation, the Marvel, the cosmic story when they brought back Nova.
Did that come out a few years ago?
No, that was in recent. They had a new one.
Oh no!
The Annihilation when they reboot the Marvel cosmic universe in the comics. When they brought in, they reintroduced Nova. They brought in they pretty much reboot everything because even the Drax, what's the name? Annihilus. That whole story arc of Annihilation was fun. That was damn awesome. I read those in singles and I read the omnibus. Now I keep forgetting them because I've been saying I want to read the omnibus again, but I never did it. And you have Annihilation Conquest, which was good, not as good as the first one. It was really good. But like War Kings, that War Kings story arc, man, I read that like crazy. 2 times I read through that omnibus. And the funny thing about I spoiled myself on I think on the final 2 issues of the main story arc when I looked it up on Marvel Wiki. So I knew what happened, but that's the one thing I did before not see what actually happened in the panel. I just read up what happened. So I knew what happened, so I let me go ahead and just read the omnibus to see how it happened. And oh yeah, that battle was epic between Vulcan and what's the name, Black Bolt. That was an epic battle there. So yeah, War Kings probably I would say my best overall story I love in the 2000s, because that was what 2000 came from 2009 to 10, I think. Because I think now Lace is 2007 when they did that.
Mm-hmm. Just so you know, I'm like writing down some of these because I'm gonna look some of these back up.
Oh yeah, you know that, man. I can see my posts. I posted all those on my IG. So this is you because War Kings, they reprinted all 3 books because you had the prelude to War Kings, you had War Kings, and you had the War Kings the Realm. You know, they had that was the third part, which I thought was also great. The important thing about the War Kings that a lot of people, especially in non-Laser Conquest, I would say no, non-Laser Conquest, that was the introduction to the new Guardians in the Galaxy when they brought Rocket Raccoon and them together. Because I got that first appearance, was man, I wish I would have brought it in here.
So, because I would tell you, like the last 4 years or so, I've really been completely out of new books.
Oh, me too.
So, are they? Do they have the like the movie Guardians together? Is that what they have now?
With the current team?
Yeah,
I'm not sure because they had like 5 different teams over the last.
Yeah, I mean, because when I used to read them, it wasn't this team at all.
No, because you had the original Guardians team, of course, led by what's the name, Yondu,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and I forgot the other guy's name.
Yeah.
You had the original team in the 80s.
Yeah.
Then you had the team that with the movie. See, the only difference between the movie, the team that they introduced in the movie, that had the team from the in the comics that they did in Non-Laser Conquest, it was what's the name? Adam Warlock was part of the team. Phyla Vell, aka she was what's she got? No, I don't think she was Miss Marvel. She was Miss Marvel before she became Phyla Vell. So she was part of that team, and I think well, did she? I don't think she was part. I don't think she was part of the original team. No, what's the girl with her name? The tennis again. Her name not coming to my mind. What's her name again?
Yeah, and which one? Which one?
The one with the tennis. What's her name again?
Oh, Mantis.
Yeah, Mantis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she was on that team when they was discussed. She came later. Yeah, I think she came later on the team. Like what they did in the movies that they introduced her in part 2. So she was pretty much like in the second team of that new Guardians team.
Well, they teased Warlock coming in.
Yeah.
So
Warlock's supposed to be in the middle of the Guardians. Yeah, that's the difference. That's the one that I didn't like how they made Warlock in Volume 3. Like, man, did not like his character.
Yeah. I mean, like it feels like the whole Marvel universe. It's almost like they're going to reboot everything again.
Well, damn, the comics been doing that like crazy. That's
they do that like every 6 months. Let's start with a new number 1.
Yeah, that's the number one reason why I can't buy modern day comics.
Yep,
because they keep relaunching. Like you have a series that go on for what 5, 6, 7 issues, cancel that, come out with another series with thinking like what's it, Spider-Gwen? Like, wait a minute, she got how many damn series now? Because I got I think I'm only missing 2 issues out of that series she had back in 2018, I think. Just to find out it was another launch because you had Ghost Spider, you had the Spider-Gwen books.
Yep.
So I'm like, really? Because I one cover I had, I think it's a variant cover that I was kind of confused on which series it was part of. Because the variant cover had Spider-Gwen, just to find out it's the variant to the Ghost Spider issue. I was like, what? Come on, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why would you do that? And
then what's her name? Squirrel Girl. On one of the covers, it said issue number 1 for the second time this year. I think I literally said that on the cover. And I was like, wow.
And that's one of the main reasons why I just can't buy. I can't read. Like I will buy a book if it's a modern book that's cheap. I will buy it. I will absolutely buy it. But in terms of buying a whole run to completely and read, no.
Where's that book that I recently bought? I was playing disc golf down in North Carolina, and we stopped by a place, and I bought this one just because I like that looks really cool. It looks very interesting. I've yet to read it. But at some point, I'm just like, looks very good. Jeff Johns is on it, and who else? Ivan Reese. So should be pretty good. But I guess like you said, it's just the constant rebooting. It just got ridiculous.
the relaunch of the character. I'm like, come on. And I don't like with Spider-Woman, what they did with Spider-Man. You're going to have her go up to like 17, 18 issues and you're going to cancel the run?
Mm-hmm.
Like, get to 20. At least get to a milestone number. At least. Yeah. Man, come on. Why are you going past 10 and just cancel the run before you even get to 20?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I mean, I was telling one of my friends back when they just kept doing that over. And not only that, they got to make, it's a brand new issue 1. Let's make 700 variants of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They did that with Fantastic Four a couple of years ago. I'm like, wait a minute. They got over 50 variants for issue number 1?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the first one that it was before this, but the first one that it really hit me, how many variants it was, is when Star Wars come back out. Oh. I remember looking on Midtown Comics and I was like, how many variants do they have? This is insane. And then you have tons of stores with all theirs. I'm like, oh my goodness.
The exclusive, those are the one I hate the most, man. I hate exclusive variants because those variants are going to be hard to come by the moment they sell out of the store. So, like, yeah. And they get the nice covers too. Like, oh boy. Oh.
Yeah. You have to get your only 50 made. You better hurry up.
Yeah. The ratio variants, man. Like, oh boy. The ratio variants.
And then every Comic-Con you go to, they have their own exclusives.
Oh, yeah, the Comic-Con exclusives. We saw the HeroesCon exclusive variants. Like, yeah. It's always those exclusives, man.
It's funny. I did not even look for those this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know which ones they were.
Like, I always walk by. When we go to ManyCon, I always walk by the exclusive variants. I never looked at them. I know they had their booth where they sell. You see the ManyCon comics over there. I'm not like, man, I'm just walking over by.
I mean, if they have a Harley Quinn, that's different because
Harley Quinn, yeah.
Is there any character that you're like, if you see an exclusive cover, you're like, all right, you'll get me on this one, but that's it.
Maybe it's Spider-Man, and it has to be one I like. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you one right here.
Mm-hmm.
This right here. This is actually the most expensive slab I bought. Yeah.
See, that one I really do like.
I love this. This is based on the video game art. So when I saw that it was with the regular, the non-slab was going under 100.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I saw this, I think it was sitting at $140. And the guy offered me 120. He sent me an offer. And the funny that he sent me an offer about 15 minutes after I added to my watch list.
Uh-huh.
But I ain't see it. Lucky I caught the offer, but he only had it on available for the I think whole day. To the time. So when I saw it, he said he offered me for $120 off. Like, I'm buying it instant.
Mm-hmm.
Instant damn buy, man, because this is beef. And this is one of the main covers I wanted to get. Tons of variant covers for City of War. I do have a few variants for the City of War, but this is the one that I really want to get. And the better off I got a slap, 9.8. So that's why I have to get this.
What issue number is that? Is that issue 1?
Yeah, it's issue 1.
Okay. Because I remember seeing it, but I mean, it's like I never know because there's so many variants. It's like every issue has 30.
But they got a virgin variant of this too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why when I saw this, man, I gotta get it. I was gonna get a raw copy, but when I saw that slab and he gave me I had no intention to get. I just added on my watch list. And I just wanted to add it in just in case. But when I saw that offer, I can't refuse it. I gotta get it. It's gotta be added to my collection. So yeah, this is the most expensive slab I bought. It's beautiful.
Nice. What is my most expensive slab now that I'm thinking about it? Mine is Underworld, signed by Kate Beckinsale.
Oh, man. Oh, with that name on it. Boy.
Yeah, 9.8, so I'm okay with that. Well, you know what? Then I have that Back to the Future slab one, too.
Ooh, a comic? The Back to the Future comic?
Yeah, it's signed by Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd, Leah Thompson, Biff.
Oh man, that's
and somebody else. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I paid too much for it, but it's all right. It's all right.
Let me tell you a book that I was able to get signed. You see my profile picture on IG, right?
Yeah.
You see that's David Hayter.
Mm-hmm.
Metal Gear Solid Snake, man. I got him to sign this bad boy here.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid.
Met him again at Tampa Bay Comic Con. Because last year I met him at MegaCon. So I had to bring a comic to get him to sign. Because his signature ring, and it's going crazy. You know, I'm gonna tell some of this and the fellas. The creator of Metal Gear Solid, Hideo Kojima, that man has never signed a thing. No signature of him ever exists because he don't sign. He don't go no conventions or anything. He don't sign stuff. So I was like, just imagine if someone were to get David Hayter and Hideo Kojima to sign a game or a book, or how much money they will put that on. Because someone, they have the issue number 0 of the first series. They had that a slab signed for $5,000, and he got a quote on it. I was like, what the hell? $5,000 is too much for David Hayter. Now, if that was on Hideo Kojima and David Hayter, boy, I could possibly see because Hideo Kojima's signature is extremely rare.
Wow,
that's extremely rare signature. So if you somehow are able to get a signature with Hideo Kojima, you better keep that for the long haul because you know it's going to be worth a lot of damn money. So yeah,
wow. I did not know that he didn't sign. That's great.
There's no signature of his that exists in terms of anything that he signed on a video game. Anything like he signed stuff with contracts, but he
anything. Yeah, his checkbook and things like that, but not your
nothing on the census of a Hideo Kojima signature. Because he don't go to no events. That's what I was saying. He never went to an event. Even in Japan, he don't go to no events.
Is there anybody besides him that you were like, man, I wish I could get that person to sign something?
Comic book, video game related. Oh man, when it comes to
I'm like video, movie, comics, whatever.
But who it was that I said I would love to get a double signature of them playing the same kind. And my boy, well, that would be a fantasy. I don't know, but man, if she ever come to me, I don't know why I'm talking about Halle Berry. Yeah, I'll get her to sign the Storm, and I'll get the lady who played Storm in the cartoon. Man, that would be also double.
That would be awesome.
Halle Berry is, oh man. Because that's how I was thinking of double signatures of like, for example, who was damn, his name not coming to my mind right now because I know he played. You got what's the name? Tom Holland who played Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie.
Yeah, Uncharted.
Yeah, and you got the voice side. His name not coming to my mind that he plays some of the video game. So I'll say that would be a great double signature. You get the video game voice actor and you get the live action actor.
You know, I always thought
double signature
back in the day when that first come out, I was like, you know, I kind of think Mark Wahlberg would have been really good Nathan Drake back in the day.
Everyone was saying that.
I thought
because he was really supposed to play Nathan Drake. They had a movie in plan, I think in 2011 or 12, that Uncharted movie with him starring as Nathan Drake.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they ended up canceling it.
Wow.
That's why when they did the new one, he decided to come back and play Sully. Instead of playing Drake because he got older, man. I don't think no one wants to see a 50-year-old man Drake.
Hey, 50 ain't that old, man.
Not a young Nathan Drake.
I'm only 52, but you know.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the reason I thought about that question because I was like, I would love to have a Tara Strong autographed Harley comic.
Oh yeah,
yeah. She did the voicing in a lot of the video games, like the Gotham games, which I absolutely Arkham. Excuse me, there's Arkham games which I absolutely love. I mean, I know it's really more story than game, but yeah, I love it.
I love the Arkham games, man. They were the one that really put the comic book games on the map even more. Because back then it was so like outside in terms of the best comic book video game that's really the Marvel vs. Capcom. Those again because you had some good X-Men games back then, but it was really the fighting games that everyone wanted to play as Marvel characters.
Yep.
Then when they did Batman Arkham Asylum for DC, that was like, yo, DC finally has a great game. I remember. You remember the Batman games on the PS2? I remember. I think it was like 2 or 3 of them.
Hey, I remember the Batman game on the Nintendo.
Oh yeah. So you had the movie game. I got Batman Returns on Sega Genesis. You had those games. And boy, you had a lot of movies. I think Batman Forever had a damn game, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah. And the Batman, I know I had the Batman Beyond game. I played only play a little bit of that game.
Oh, Batman Beyond.
Yeah, the Return of the Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So, okay, you in the comics, you talk Marvel.
That's
Is there anything in DC?
DC, when it comes to DC Comics, I have Wonder Woman in terms of single issues. Wonder Woman is the most I have.
Wow.
I have about 50 or 60 issues of Wonder Woman. And the Batman issues I got, they from Sean. I don't think I ever bought a single Batman book.
Is there a reason why you just never?
When it comes to DC, I grew up with just the anime series.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to reading their books, I think the only book I read was in terms of DC was Superman back in the day, and boy, I remember that was not impressive. And the worst part, it was the Molt Superman, the black and red, and what's the name, Black Suit Superman in the 90s.
Yep.
Yeah, I read some of them books. I'm like, this is not Superman get hit by a bullet and get hurt. Like, yeah,
Well, I mean, you could go back to the 1950s?
Yeah,
the TV series where the guy's shooting bullets and he's just standing there. Then the dude throws the gun and he ducks.
Yeah.
I was like, wait. The bullets will bounce, but that gun, when it's thrown at you, you better look out.
Well, what comes to reading, I think Batman's the one I will read because he had the better overall stories of all the DC universe. Now I do want to read the Green Lantern stuff. I know my son been even telling me about the Green Lantern omnibuses and how great they are to read.
Oh, dude, the Daryl Banks stuff. Yeah. Oh, Daryl Banks stuff. He's at HeroesCon every year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you haven't talked to him, dude, go talk to him. That man is awesome.
Yeah, I want to read the Jeff Johns, the JSA. Like you said, when DC, I like to watch more anime and entertainment wise. They're the only ones that I'll say that comics, not so much into reading the comics, but anything DC anime. I got a whole shelf dedicated to DC anime right here in front of me. All the DC movies, anime series. So I think when it comes to DC, I watch all anime series and some because the DCEU was not good.
It's terrible. I love DC. I can watch like Batman Begins, The Dark Knight.
Yeah, those Batman. Yeah,
I don't like The Dark Knight Returns. I thought that was terrible. Like the original Batman series with Keaton, I can watch.
Oh yes, that's what got me into Batman. That Michael Keaton Batman was my introduction to him, character. Then the anime series came, and that's when I became Batman fan as a kid. Was watching watching the anime series. Oh man!
I mean, for me, and I know I'm a little biased, but the Batman animated series to me is the best animated series of all time.
I agree. I always say that it's right.
And I will say this: the second for me is, and I still love the X-Men.
Yep.
Back in the around that same time period, and I thought those two were so good. Just absolutely phenomenal.
I would say that X-Men felt more like you reading straight, you watching it in the straight from the comic books. Mm-hmm. The art style, they pretty much use generally art style in the suits of the comic, and they just transform it into animated.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did.
Yep, and that's I wish more that they could do that more at the movies. I mean, I know they have to elaborate things, but I hate it when. They say, well, this is like the Dark Phoenix that they did. I'm like, what did you do? You had this great story and you butcher it.
They did 2 Phoenix movies and they butchered, but I still haven't watched the last one. That Dark, I refuse to watch it. No.
You're a smart man, my friend. You're a smart man.
I'm never gonna watch that movie.
I mean, that's time I will never get back.
Yep, man, that's the problem.
I was like that. What was that one? Was it the New Avengers? No, what was it? Man, where they had like magic and stuff in it. That I thought that movie was terrible.
That was on New Mutants. That was New Mutants.
Yeah, New Mutants. Yeah, I thought that movie was terrible.
Yeah, I think I saw about a good 15, 10. Yeah, I think it was about 15, 16 minutes of it until I just changed to the next channel. Like,
have you? I'm pretty sure the answer is no to this, but have you seen the new Joker movie?
No, Joker 2. No, I don't. You seen that? I saw we went to the theater to see the first one, but yeah, especially they said it's gonna be musical. But no.
Wait, I mean, I saw the first Joker movie, and I'm like, if you just called it something other than Joker, where it has nothing to do with DC, I was like, I can see this being a really good movie. But when you started saying this is Joker from the DC universe or any kind of a DC thing, I'm like, no. And then I started watching the second one.
No.
And the singing portion didn't bother me. I mean, I don't like musicals, but I'm like, whatever. But the story was terrible. I made it like 35, 40. No, I made it right at 45 minutes in. And Lady Gaga, love Lady Gaga. I do. I'll say it. I love Harley Quinn. Everyone knows that. No. It was so bad. And I'm just like, I'm done. At no point did I even have a feeling that Lady Gaga was portraying Harley Quinn, other than a couple times that a guard called her Harleen Quinzel. That was it.
Yeah, that's the problem with DC. That's why I'm kind of rooting for James Gunn to do great with his DC, especially with coming with Superman. Like, you start with Superman. I think for you to start a universe, you have to start with Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they need to limit. I don't think we should get a Batman movie until after we get like four DC properties out before Batman.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Robert Pattinson movie, which I found out was delayed to 2027.
Which movie?
The sequel to the Batman with Robert Pattinson.
Oh,
they delayed it to 2027.
I didn't even. I totally missed they were making a sequel to that.
Yeah, they made a sequel, and that's been delayed. And because we do not need to have two Batmans at the same damn time. Yeah, and I think that's the problem. So we need to have let that sequel of Batman come out. Then James need to introduce his new Batman. So we don't need to have no two Batmans being active at the same time. So we can pick, and you may have two different styles of Super Batman.
Yep.
So I was like, he don't need to introduce Batman in terms of in the movie. Like, maybe because I believe they're gonna be doing TV series and all that. So maybe you could kind of tease them in any whatever series they do that's related to Batman. Like, if they do a new Gotham series or anything something related, you could tease a Bruce Wayne and tease him becoming Batman, but you don't need to rush this movie out. We've been through so many damn Batmans. Batman needs to take a break.
Yeah.
He needs to say, because Ben Affleck, to me, it's a travesty that man couldn't get his own movie.
Mm-hmm.
And doing DC and WB screwed him over bad.
Now, I will say this. That's what I thought about was so good about the Marvel Universe is they had everything weaved together.
Yeah.
Even the TV series, they weaved them in there, the stories in there. And that to me was great. And to me, after oh my gosh, what was that last X-Men movie?
So the last X-Men movie?
Not X-Men. That's me. Avengers. Last Avengers movie.
Endgame.
Yeah. I mean, after that, I'm like, that's where you should just end it right there, clean cut. And they're going
to make more money.
Now it's just forced, and I don't like that. Even though some of the series I've seen, I think are all right. Like Ms. Marvel, I actually thought that was okay.
Oh yeah, some of the Disney Plus series. The one series I hate. Look, she had the character down pat. It was just the execution of the episodes and how they introduced some of the other characters. The She-Hulk series. When I look back at it, I was like, man, that was not a well written show.
Yeah, I had high.
The She-Hulk, they have her down pack as a character, but everything around it was like.
Yeah, I mean, the lady that was playing it, Tatiana Maslany, I remember her from Orphan Black, which I thought was a phenomenal show. So I had huge hopes for that going into it. And I mean, the ending of it was just, what are you doing? Yeah. That was so bad. Mm-hmm. I mean, I get the breaking the wall. That's fine.
Yeah, that's part of the content. That's great. But like I said, everything around it was just felt like, ugh. It was just forget it. Like Miss Marvel, I really enjoyed Miss Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the lady who played Kamala Khan, but she was great.
Yeah, I thought she did a phenomenal job.
Yeah. And you had what was the recent show I know in terms of live action? Nah, Low Key season 2, boy. I've been wanting to watch that again. Low Key season 2. That was great.
Now I will tell you this: when it first come out, Loki season 1 come out, I was just like, I went into it with low expectation, and after like the 3rd episode, I'm like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I went back and watched season 1, and I was like, man, I misread that. It was actually pretty good.
Season 1 was pretty good. And even with season 2, it had some episodes that was kind of confusing, especially the Kane story arc, which goddamn, I still get a little upset about how that whole dang situation ended up.
Now I have not seen season 2 yet, so there's that. But
yeah, I'm just saying season, especially that final episode was epic. I'm just going to the season finale was epic in the way how it ended.
I have not seen Agatha yet. I need to sit there and watch that at some point.
Yeah, we watched that, and it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot it was something that I didn't like that was kind of too predictable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, you know that turn is going to happen. I'll just say that nothing with Scarlet Witch wasn't resolved. So yeah, they just left out. I was hoping that we get something Scarlet Witch related in terms of big happening in the show, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, I liked WandaVision. I thought that was actually really good myself.
Oh yeah,
I really liked that.
Now I just saw someone did a post on this on Twitter. The Shield show, the Secret Invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the episodes leading up to that season finale was great. That season finale just went downhill so bad. Oh my god! I was like, what happened? You was building up to a great finale, and that finale just falls so flat that you can say that it hurt the whole show.
Yep,
it hurt the whole show. Yeah, you had some great episodes in between. Then when you get to that season finale, it just felt so flat. Like, dang, really, dang.
Do you watch much like the anime or the anime movies?
Well, I haven't. I'm going to watch What If season 3 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't actually talking about Marvel. I was talking about like Death Note, for example.
No, I haven't. In terms of recent, I have been watching a lot of the anime series, but outside of Dragon Ball, anything Dragon Ball, I'm going to watch.
Okay.
And I did watch what was this? Some of the end? I know I watched what's the name? I gotta go back to that. Demon Slayers. I did watch Demon Slayers season 1, so I want to go continue on that.
That I have not seen. Like Death Note, I thought was awesome. I just watched what series had just come out on Netflix? Season 2. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
I don't even think this was an anime. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh my gosh, where the guy he gets put into and they play Squid Games.
Oh, Squid Game. Season 2 came out?
Yeah, it came out the 26th.
Oh.
I watched the entire season 2 in a day and a half.
I still want to get to the first one because I've been saying I want to watch Squid Games. See how that is. Season 2. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get onto that.
Yeah, I
still need to get onto the well, I watched no, did I watch the whole season of The Boys season 1? I can't remember. I know I watched a couple episodes.
I have not watched that yet, and you gotta watch this.
Yeah, because the only Amazon show I've been watching is Invincible, and I'm looking forward to season 3 of Invincible. So yeah,
that's one I don't know what it was about Invincible. I watched the first episode, and I'm just like, I just felt like it took so long. I don't know why. It felt like a long.
And the way that's episode ended, you had to watch the rest, man.
You would have thought that, wouldn't you?
You had to watch it.
I really do need to go back and watch that. What was that other show I just finished? I'm so old that I watched something, I remember it, but I don't remember the name of it. Take my glasses off.
When it comes to anime, I have not been really up to a lot of the modern day anime series. When it comes to I'm more 80s and 90s anime, man. That's what I love the most. The art style, the seriousness of it. Because the one that I kind of like I was telling Sean and others, I ain't that hate about modern day animes. They use too many damn kids and teenagers. Like, I want to see some full grown adults, man, kicking ass and be badasses. Wait, what's this generation on Ken Sherrill, man? I mean, I love Fist of the North Star so much, man. Bleach, man, those classics. Hero. I mean, those are the old school animes, man. It has something to them. Whereas these modern day anime, the action may be great in terms of the sequences and all that, but it's just that I'm getting a little tired of seeing these kiddie teenage characters, man. I want to see some full grown adults.
Well, then don't watch Alice in Borderland. I just finished watching that, and I thought it was phenomenal, just amazing. I mean, it's live action, but I was like, man, it's so good, so good. Like one of my friends, he got me watching The Last Airbender, the animated series. And I was like, man, that's actually really good. I need to watch Korra. He was like, dude, you watch it, just watch it. And I haven't gotten around to that yet, so I got to watch that.
There's so much to watch, man.
Yeah, I know, right? So
much to watch. Like, man, I don't have time to watch everything now. That's what I was telling people. Like, yo, man, you don't recommend me when it's hard for me. I'm still behind the boys. Don't recommend me more, bro. I still gotta watch The Boys. I gotta watch 4 seasons of The Boys.
I've got to watch that because everybody's like, dude, trust me, just watch it. I'm like, all right, I'll do it.
I'll say the last 2 years, I've been telling me watching any series has been kind of slow. Yeah, I've been kind of falling off on that. And what will bring me back next year is the new Daredevil series on Disney Plus.
I am so looking forward to that.
Yeah, I really want to see how good that be. They said they're going to keep the exact same balance and tone from the original Netflix one. Yeah. And I love they bring back majority of the cast. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that Daredevil season. But Born Again, that's what they call it, I think.
Like the entire cast is back, right?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm so excited for that because, I mean, that is a series. I mean, the scene in particular for me is when he's fighting all those goons and, going down the steps. You can see he's getting tired as he's fighting them.
No.
And I'm like, that is so realistic and it's so good.
Hallway scenes are epic.
Oh, my gosh.
Season 1. I can watch season 1 and see. Season 3, damn. that season 3 had me tripping, man. That was some greatness there with Bullseye. And the fight, that season finale fight they had, man. Woo. That's how that's a Daredevil versus Kingpin fight right there for you. The brutality. So yeah. I'm looking forward to see what they do for the new Daredevil.
When's that coming out? Is that 2025, 26?
This next year. I think it's February.
Oh, so in just 2 months?
Yeah, I think it comes either before. I think it's after the Captain America movie.
Okay.
The New Order. So I think that's the Captain America movie's first, then the Daredevil.
I actually wrote that down. That is the that's Valentine's Day when Captain America comes out.
Yep.
Take your favorite people to it. There you go.
That's not a Valentine's Day movie. I don't think so.
What did you think of the Cap trailer? You excited for it?
That trailer was great. So I'm looking forward to Cap. I'm looking to see how they use Harrison Ford as Red Hulk.
I mean, the trailer for it, I'm like, okay, you got me.
I don't need to see no more. I thought that last show they did, like, that's enough. I'm good. I'm going to see it day one.
What about the Superman trailer? What did you think about that?
The Superman trailer was really good. I like to talk. I'm shocked they're starting out Superman laying on the ground bloody.
Yeah.
I'm shocked by that.
I was like,
I'm already liking it because they're showing that Superman is vulnerable. Instead of him being some almighty powerful God.
Yep.
That's my thing with Superman. What I don't like about Superman, and I put the blame on the comics.
Yeah.
Because when Superman originally was created, he's powerful, but they ain't made him no all-time almighty powerful being.
Yep.
Then the more writings they put on Superman, the more they kept adding to his abilities and to his powers. So I'm like, how is he getting these abilities out of nowhere? Are they explaining this stuff? And this is why I was saying that I love Superman in the anime series more than I love him in the comics. Because in the anime series, he's more believable.
Yeah.
As a powerful character. We see him get beat. Yeah. We see him take damage. You know? And this is going to come down to this whole nonsense. This one I can't stand this whole debate, and I think it's dead. This whole Superman versus Goku debates. So like with Goku, we see Goku evolve through a whole series of how he trained to become constantly stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Superman, we see no one evolve at all. All they do in the comics was every time they create new series or get new writers, they just made him powerful without any explanation. Like, what's going on here? How he's becoming this powerful? If I see he's even with someone like a Dark Side or Doomsday, he should be more powerful. That should be his cap.
Mm-hmm.
That should be his cap of him being powerful. The one that I hate about those battles that they do on YouTube, I forgot the name, Duck Battle. They do the Superman versus Goku. They cheat with Superman because they combine all his powers into one instead of him being in his base form. And like we all know that Superman in his base form ain't messing with Goku in any of his forms. Goku is a master martial artist, an elite fighter. That's like saying Arnold Schwarzenegger could beat Bruce Lee one-on-one. Yeah, no. Bruce Lee ain't beating a master martial artist. Never happened.
Well, every time they make a new power for any character, they always like, "Well, give it to Superman too." I don't care what it is. It's like make sure it's Superman.
Like what they did with the I think I read up on the Absolute. He's just gonna be his base form. His base form in Absolute. He's when they said that Wonder Woman was closer to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
At least with Wonder Woman is physically enough she can hang with Superman. But that's how it's supposed to be. She's supposed to be physically enough. She may not beat Superman if the fight go too long, but she can at least hang with him.
Yeah.
That's how it always supposed to be. Superman, the way how they make things is Superman is a million times more powerful than Wonder Woman. Like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I miss Wonder Woman with the invisible plane.
Yeah,
at some point, it's like, you know what? Let's let her be able to fly too. Like, come on.
Yeah. Man, don't bring up that Wonder Woman movie. Oh, you talking about one of the most disappointing sequels. That Wonder Woman 89, man, just really took me off.
Let me say this about that movie. I truly think if it had just been Wonder Woman, Cheetah,
yes,
stop with the other character, they could have had something great there.
Yes,
and then they just ruined it with the other stuff, I think.
Yeah. Oh, what's the one? Pedro Pascal. What did he play? What's the name? The character again?
Gosh, wasn't Brainiac. What was his name?
Oh, it was Maxwell, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, Maxwell something, or not Maxwell Smart. That was.
Yeah, but that whole story, boy, that movie, that was so disappointing, man.
Yeah, I mean, if they had just had with Cheetah and that'd been it, I think that would have been great. And that's what worries me about the Superman movie. I feel like they're going to try to force too much stuff into this movie. They
have Mr. Terrific.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hawk Girl's in the movie.
Yep.
You know, Gal on Green Lantern, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know who's the true main villain is of the movie. Yeah. And
but I like seeing Crypto in it.
Oh yeah, seeing Crypto, dog. I think it's great to introduce him in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
About time. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, can we get Ace in a movie too?
Yeah.
The Bat Hound. All right, now we thought about that part for a while. Now let's go over to part 2. An hour of comics. Now we go to the games. How did this get started? Because I mean, for me,
I'll tell you this now. I got one game here that I was kind of raised on. This bad boy right here.
Okay, I like the first one better than the third one. I'm that guy.
No, I'm part 3. I'm part 3 all the way. This is the pinnacle point for Mario.
Mm-hmm.
The best overall Mario game. The first Mario game I beat, because I played part 1, but I really didn't beat because I was like, But Mario 3, the first NES game I beat. You know, one of my favorite NES games because we got Contra up there too, which that's another one I ain't. We're gonna start old cool. Super Mario World.
Can we get back over here?
Oh yeah. All time classic, right?
I did not have that system.
No, you ain't had the Super Nintendo?
Nope.
Nintendo, that's one of the greatest Nintendo consoles of all time, man.
I agree. I agree.
Mario World, Top Gear, Donkey Kong Country. Oh, man.
My mom was like, "You have Nintendo, you don't need another system."
So no upgrade. They're gonna let you live off the NES.
Yep. Yeah, and at some point I got lucky to get Nintendo because my Intellivision system was still working.
Man. No upgrade. I had Super Nintendo and we had Sega Genesis at the same time. Sonic 2 is Streets of Rage 2, man. Two legendary sequels right here. Boy, oh boy, my childhood was fun as hell growing up playing these two classics.
Oh man.
And we would team say because we had Sean, like the Nintendo was more for Sean because he had the NES before I was born. I was born in 89. So they got him the NES in, I think it was 87 or 88. So after I was born, I think it was the 93, 94 Christmas when we got the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. So like the Super Nintendo was like a console that was shared for both of us, while the Sega was more Sean. But I ended up playing the Sega Genesis a lot more than the Super Nintendo because I love me some Sonic. Love me Sonic. Yeah, I always looked at Sonic and man, Sonic's way more cooler than Mario, man. Hey, I never like I grew up with Mario, but I instantly fell off of Mario when I started playing Sonic. And when the cartoon came out, I completely was all on Sonic. Shout out to Jaleel White, the first ever voice of Sonic the Hedgehog. I would love for him.
I did not know that.
Yes, he is the first voice of Sonic the Hedgehog. Jaleel White, aka Steve Urkel.
Wow.
The first voice of Sonic the Hedgehog in this animated Sonic Adventures and Sonic the Hedgehog anime series on Saturday mornings.
I mean, I feel like he should be down in Florida doing some shows at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was at I don't know, it was like some small, it wasn't no comic book related convention, but he was over at some signing place where he was doing some signatures. He need to go to conventions because if he ain't going anywhere here in Florida, I am going to meet him ASAP, and I'm trying to get a lot of stuff signed for him. Video game, I'll get this signed. I'll get the comic book signed. Or I'll get the cartoon DVD signed.
Yeah, I mean because there's so many of the like 80s and 90 cons that are out there. Yeah. So I figured that would be down in Florida at some point.
I don't think he ever been to a fanboy expo. And he fanboy expo would be perfect for him.
Yeah. I mean, I went to the one in Knoxville and I was like, man, there's so many celebrities here. Tons of wrestlers. They go to everything.
Oh yeah, the wrestlers gonna go in, especially the old timers.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna go to the conventions and small cons too. But we were Team Sega. But I'm gonna tell you this because I posted and I talked about it on my IG when right before 96 Christmas came. My expectation, because I knew we was getting video game consoles, so my expectation was, we're gonna get the Sega Saturn and we're gonna get the N64. That was my expectation because my parents gonna keep it up with the tradition since we had both before. So I remember it was a big ass box. I remember it was before. I think it was 2 nights before Christmas, which I was guessing like they already had the 2 big box labels, Sean and Jamel. So I'm like, what is in that big box? Is it a Sega Saturn? No, I was thinking it's probably going to be the N64. All this time, I knew that the console exists, but I really had no expectation to get it.
TurboGrafx 64.
So when Christmas Day came, to my damn surprise, it was a PlayStation console. I was shocked. Like, they buy me a PlayStation console? What is this? Because Sean got the Sega Saturn. So that's like, they got me a PlayStation. And that's when my dad said, that's your own console. So Sean had the Sega Saturn to himself. I had the PlayStation for myself. And I was so shocked. First of all, because it was the 2 games of Impact Racing and WrestleMania, the arcade game. I know you remember that game. And I ended up getting Ridge Racer later on. But from the moment I got the PlayStation, and the moment these 2 games came out 2 years later, my whole gaming perspective changed. Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy VII. These 2 two games made me to what the game I am today.
Mm-hmm.
My first ever live action story on stealth action story game, and my first ever RPG in Final Fantasy.
Hey, look at that Metal Gear Solid.
Yep.
I love that cover. It's so plain. It looks great.
And you know what the funny thing is? A lot of people was bringing. Oh, that's the wrong. A lot of people was bringing a copy for David Hayes to sign on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I was like, that's a good thing about the all white. You can put signatures on the top and bottom of it. So I thought, like, yeah, next time I meet him, I'm going to get that signature on the cover. But yeah, these two games changed. Because I'm going to tell you this. I was mostly playing on the Sega, and mostly Sega. I'll say Sega on the side because Super Nintendo was more on the platform. So I'll play Mario and I'll play on Donkey Kong. Mm-hmm. But on Sega, I was playing nothing but racing games and sports games and fighting games. That was like the only genre I was playing as growing up as a kid. When I got to these two games, it completely changed. Mm-hmm. I want to play, when I beat Final Fantasy 7, I want to play the next Final Fantasy game. Beat Metal Gear Solid, I want to play the next Metal Gear. I was so hyped for Metal Gear Solid 2 when that came out on the PS2. So that completely changed me as a gamer. That's why I always say that PlayStation changed me. If I would have just stuck with Sega and Nintendo, I don't think I probably would have evolved as a game. I would just been playing the same games, same platformers, Sonic and Mario, playing sports games and fighting games. Now I know Sega has some JRPGs on there, but there was never none of them really attracted me like Final Fantasy. When I saw that Final Fantasy trailer in '97, like, yo, this looked really good. Seeing Kyle with the Buster sword on his back, that big ass sword, like, that got my attention. So that PlayStation, with them getting me PlayStation, like, yo, that's probably the best thing ever, man. I don't know if they would have got me an N64, man. I was like, maybe I probably would have became a Zelda fan. Who knows? Because I did I keep forgetting the Zelda game that was on the 64 that my cousin had it. I only played a little bit of it, and I stopped playing because I ended up playing what's the name? Ridge Racer 64 and San Francisco Rush. So I didn't really give that Zelda game that much time, and I really want to play the WCW games.
Mm-hmm.
64, especially now WCW versus NWO. But yeah, getting that PlayStation really changed everything. That's when I would say that's when I became a dedicated game because I spent Metal Gear Solid. I spent damn near 8 consecutive hours playing this. This is the first game I ever did that with. Metal Gear Solid on a week, 8 consecutive hours. You know, like most of the time I'll play racing games for about a good 2 hours, 2-3 hours, and I'll go move on to another game. I'll play like 4 or 5 games in one day. Metal Gear Solid, I spend the whole day playing the game. Final Fantasy, spend the whole day playing the game. Yeah, and that really changed me as a gamer. Like, yo, I became a fan of stealth action. When I played on Tom Clancy for the first time, the stealth game, like, oh man, Splinter Cell. I became a fan of stealth games. I played Persona because I was I think it was after Final Fantasy X-2 when I was playing that. That's how I kind of fell though for Final Fantasy. Then when I played Persona 3 on the PS2, my instance of JRPG went right back out. Like, oh man, this Persona game is really good. That was really my introduction to Japanese anime in terms of dealing with in high school. Mm-hmm. Because that Persona they set in the high school settings, but the story captured me and the characters captured me. So that's when I was into getting more into JRPG. Because I'll tell you that this year, I said on my post, I played a lot of RPG games this year, JRPGs especially. Then I think I spent close to 1,000 hours on just 6 games.
Great day.
Yeah. Final Fantasy, I think Final Fantasy was over 150. I think I spent 5 games over 150 hours. It was just JRPG. Play one game at a time. Spent Dragon Doll. Yeah, Dragon Doll is my 2. I spent a whole month playing that game. Yeah, that's why I like RPG games. I'm a fan, especially Japanese, because Western RPG games I'm kind of mixed. It depends on the developers. But the Sefta games I'm kind of down on them now because they have not been good since Fallout 3 and New Vegas. I don't know if you play New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. No. That was the last great Fallout game.
I mean, I haven't played. Gosh, I was going to play Fallout not long ago, and I had never played them. I just never got into those games.
And I can see why people don't play. because they all kind of like what made me gravitate to is more the style of the decisions. Like I like how you can just completely go batshit crazy and kill everyone and not have major consequences. I know Fallout I think it was Fallout New Vegas when I just killed half of the people. I just turned rogue on them randomly because you can choose to befriend them or you can choose to just go rogue. I just said I'm going rogue. I'm killing all of them. There was no failure. The game just continued. You could kill the whole. Like I know with Fallout 4, I killed the whole Minutemen. I get tired of this man calling me for some damn missions. It's like we got a problem. We got a settlement problem to deal with. I'm like, come on, man. So the Fallout do give you that type of freedom when it comes to RPGs.
See, in Star Wars, you would have been Anakin.
Yeah.
Just to kill all the young Jedi.
Roll, man. Yeah, PlayStation. I still got some games, but this and PlayStation did introduce me to some Tekken, man. Tekken 3.
Oh yeah,
the GOAT. Still one of my favorite fighting games of all time. Played this game for so many. Still playable to this day. Still aged well.
Yeah, I started with Mortal Kombat, man.
Yeah, the funny Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. I was all on the arcades.
Mm-hmm.
I think Street Fighter Alpha was the first game that I played on console on the Sega Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Street Fighter Alpha 1 and 2, and I believe Mortal Kombat 3 Ultimate was the first Mortal Kombat game I played on console on Sega Genesis. So all the other Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 was on console. Street Fighter, the regular Street Fighter 2 was on arcade. So yeah, those are the arcade days. And the matter of fact, speaking of fighting games that I played a lot in arcade and on console, Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
My hardest problem with all those games is button combinations. I could never do them. I'm just
because I would say Capcom games were the hardest to get used to in terms of the combination and pulling those stuff. Because I remember when I was playing Street Fighter Alpha, I was just randomly pressing buttons. And I remember one time when I performed on Ken Special, without even knowing I performed, what I just did? What I just put off? Yep. I won the fight. I'm like, because Tekken was really the first game that I was looking at the move sets when I was just studying the move sets, trying to study trying to practice doing. I thought Tekken was more simple in terms of pulling off their combos, whereas Street Fighter, man, you got pressed by at least 7, 8 different buttons.
Yep.
You had to go real in when playing, pressing them button down. Like, dang.
Yeah, left, right, up, A, B, down. And I'm like, what? Wait, what?
I was like, dang. You gotta do all this pretty simple. Where Tekken, they kept it simple with 4 buttons. In Mortal Kombat, they kept it simple too, with like a 3, 4 button output for a combo and specials. But yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom, man, that game right there. Arcades, X-Men. X-Men versus Street Fighter was really the first game in the series I played in an arcade. Boy, man, I miss the arcade days, man.
Oh, dude, I was at the mall the other day, and I walked by and I was like, man, the arcade used to be right there. Mm-hmm. And gosh, my mom would give me like $5. I mean, that's a whole day.
Yeah, $5 a quarter, man. We going in.
I was like, I got a day of video games over here.
Yeah. I remember we used to play it on Virtua Fighter. Oh, that was my jam, playing on arcade before I played on Sega Saturn. But Virtua Fighter, matter of fact, I got it right here. Virtua Fighter 2, man. Another all-time classic.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Played the first game and the second game arcade first, then we got Virtua Fighter 2 on the Saturn. Yeah.
That just looks pretty.
No, it's a pretty case, guy. I got a new replacement case.
Ah, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I did, and I know you probably know this game too. This is another one, another classic right here. Children of the Atom.
Gosh, I never played that.
Oh, you never played X-Men Children of the Atom?
No, I didn't have Sega Saturn.
No. Well, this was an arcade too.
Was it?
Yeah. This is an arcade, man. This is especially the Magneto boss fight, man. That Magneto boss fight just had me going crazy. And Magneto, I forgot to bring the other X-Men game up, but the 90s X-Men game when they had Magneto as boss. So like, dang, man, I couldn't even get past his ass, man. I make Magneto tough.
See, I remember I grew up like around 90 or so when I graduated high school. Yeah, we kind of got away from games for a little while, and then I kind of jumped back into it when the original Xbox come out.
OG Xbox.
See, when that came out, and I remember the game me and one of my friends we played all the time was Call of Duty. I mean, for hours.
Was it OG Xbox or the 360? Because OG Xbox,
yeah, Xbox 360, yeah.
Because OG Xbox had just Call of Duty 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, I forget Xbox. The official name came after 360. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing.
The Xbox said they did a terrible job with their name, the console names, man.
Yeah,
terrible job. I
was like, just do it like stuff. All right, the next one's gonna be the 720, then the 1080. You know, just keep doing it like that. Like the then we're up to the 4K.
Xbox 360. Then you go 360 to 1 Xbox One. Like, huh?
Yeah.
Where are you going to Xbox One?
And then Xbox X. I'm like, wait, is that gonna be short for 10? What is that?
Yeah, they marketing with their names been really bad.
Yeah, but I mean, when we got that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Like, hold on a second, you can play this online? Oh my gosh!
My first online experience was SoulCon 2 on the PlayStation 2.
Oh
yeah, because when I had the fat PS2, you had to buy the internet adapter just to play online. So I got the PS2 Slim, which already had the internet installed on it, and I remember, you know what? I know it's a good chance it's going to come up with my parents' bill. I want to plug it up and I'm going to play. So I ended up playing SoulCon 2 online for about a good couple of hours. Man, that was some fun shit. Cause I had the little headset, which I ain't never knew it was actually mic that you can actually speak into. So I remember I was talking. I was hearing some guys talking like, "Yo, these guys are talking. Let me see if I could put this headset on, plug it up, and see what happened." And I started talking. They, "Yo, what's up? Yo, man."
My friends had that, and I played it. Like, man, this is really good. I didn't have the system, and I didn't have the money to buy the system. So, but I'd go over there, man. We played that some. Man, that was so much fun.
Yeah, 360 Halo. Halo was the main reason why I wanted to play on the 360. Like, I was hearing so much about Halo. Like, let me get Xbox 360. Then I went on ahead and got the OG Xbox and got the Halo 1 and Halo 2 to play those games.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucker disc tray got jammed on me. That's no correction. I didn't. I jammed it because I left it when I took the disc out. I left it open while I even ejected it, pressing the button for it to go back in. Then when I came back in the room, I had something sitting on top of the shelf. I moved. I think it was a PS3 game that I moved. It fell onto the disc tray.
Oh,
and the disc tray got, for some reason, it was getting stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And couldn't push it back in. When I pressed the eject button, it was never going in. I'm like, oh, come on. And I was so mad about that. I only had the console for like 7-8 months. And I think I beat Knights of the Old Republic, but I was playing Half-Life 2 on the old Xbox, and I ain't beat it because of that. And I didn't even want to buy, because I could have gotten it fixed, no, I ain't had no warranty.
Was Half-Life first on the orange box?
Half-Life was on PC and PlayStation, the first game. I got the first Half-Life on the PlayStation 2.
So I was thinking one of those was on the orange box with Portal.
Yeah, that's a PS3. That's orange box on the PS3 when they had Half-Life 2 and the DLC together with the original Portal.
I know I've got it for Xbox.
Let me see.
Because I played it not too long ago because I still love Portal.
Here it is. The orange box.
Hold on.
Half-Life 2, Episode 2, Team Fortress 2, and Portal. Yep. And I haven't even played the PS3 version, so that's why I need to get this done.
I used to have the original one, but there it is on the Xbox. There's the actual game.
Yep. Yeah, the same name. Yep.
Yeah.
I hope that ain't 2 discs, right?
No, it's just 1 disc.
Just 1 disc? Yeah, because 360 games.
And Portal. Because Portal, I love Portal so much.
I ain't played the first Portal, but I played Portal 2. I think Portal 2 is awesome. Man.
Oh, yeah. I recently finished that again. I mean, I played that, a couple times. I love it.
I mean, that's the bit, Valve. I mean, they making so much money on Steam. They don't seem to care about making new games. They're like, man, you've been asking for Half-Life 3 for decades, yo. Like, come on.
Yeah, I was like, make more. I mean, I can't play the complicated games because I'm just too slow. I'm not gonna lie. so like games like Portal and stuff like that, where I'm just thinking, trying to solve these puzzles. Those speak to me.
Yeah, you can't play games that have complication on the gameplay.
Right.
Gameplay on stuff. Like I know you would not be able to play Final Fantasy games right now, man. You would be out of wax.
No.
Because fast pace, yo, you gotta get used to it because you can't button smash. You button smash, you done. You won't be able to play.
That's me. Yeah.
Like, I real talk. I ain't never mentioned this on social media on Instagram, but man, I'm just not good at shooters like I was before. Like when PS3, when I was playing Call of Duty and Battlefield, boy, I was just beasting, especially with Battlefield. I love playing Battlefield online. Battlefield Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3. Man, I was killing. But I would say that when the PS4, I think it was Battlefield. Was it Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 1? I know when I decided to play online, and boy, I was just not. I think I only had 2 kills, but I died 19. Yeah, 2 for 19. 2 kills and 19 deaths. Like, oh god, this is better.
Yeah, see, that's what happened to me. When Xbox come out and I was playing Halo online, I was pretty good. I wasn't great, but I was good. And then later on, when like Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare comes out, all of a sudden 2 kills, 18 deaths. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, my is so bad. It just gets so frustrating.
Yeah, I was just when it comes to multiplayer game, it's just I just can't play it. I can't spend a dedicated time on a multiplayer like I do with a single player game.
Yeah,
I just can't.
Like going through the stories of games, I'm okay with.
Yeah,
but I've got a chimney right here. Well, you probably can't see, but it's a chimney right here, and I've had a couple controllers hit that chimney, going really, really fast.
When it comes to multiplayer, I think I only out rage quit at least 2 times. Both was Call of Duty, and I think it was Call of Duty Advanced Warfare when I was going crazy with the guys camping, just sitting up in the one spot, just waiting to kill people. I'm like, what's up, Jeff?
Yeah. Fish Robbie, what is going on? I haven't seen that name in many a moon.
G-Man.
G-Man. What is going on?
G-Man.
Wow, all these good people.
Crew, so I hope you're gonna be on there so we can get out talking, man. Can't wait to see you at HeroesCon next year, G-Man. I can't wait to see you, brother.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Is there anything else with the games?
Well, I was gonna hope you're gonna ask a question how many I got told. Now my PlayStation, I'm at 1,000. Where my phone at? I think 1,210 games total for my or just PlayStation alone. In terms of my game count for PlayStation. Because I've still yet to count my Nintendo collection, which is very, very small. Very small. Under 50, let me see, because I ain't added my NES and Super Nintendo. I got 17 Switch games, Nintendo Switch games. And I got 13 Game Boy games. So N64, I just got one N64 game, and it's more for collectible purposes. Ridge Racer 64, just to have the whole Ridge Racer collection. Let me see.
All right, Ridge Racer, man.
I got 142 Xbox games. No, and I'm gonna tell you this because I ain't even told IG this, and people, my followers and game community on IG. I sold my Xbox One Series X. I sold it because I was not using it. Hellblade 2 was the only game I beat this year, the only Xbox game I played, and I only bought a grand total of 3 games since I bought the console in 2021. And now, like, they have not been consistently putting out great games. And the best game they put out was Forza Horizon 5. That's my most played game on the console. And I still play it on Xbox One X that I got up here. But they just have not been delivering. And I know you ain't keeping up with all the news that's been going on with Xbox. But for a diehard Xbox fan, it's just not great. They going multi-platform. They putting their games on PlayStation and the Switch. You know, because they CEO wants to put games everywhere. He's now about when he made that comment back in 2021 when he said that he do not like exclusive games and he want games to be everywhere. I knew that's what was going to happen with Xbox. Phil Spencer was trying so much to deny it and say, "Oh no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to put games on everywhere." In 2021, they did a showcase and they was just pumping out the word exclusive like crazy. Every game they announced that year was exclusive. You know, I don't know if you heard the Outer Worlds, but Part 2 is coming out. Is now coming out to the PS5 after they announced it in 2021 that it was going to be exclusive.
Wow.
So I'm like, Xbox, what are y'all doing? Y'all from the moment I saw the news that came out earlier this year, they put CDs in the other game on PlayStation 5 and say, what's the point of having an Xbox right now?
Yep.
What is this point? And they said that they worked on Forza Horizon 5. They're already working on that to put on PlayStation 5. So you're going to put it on the PlayStation 5 that I already got. That's already the better console that's running better games on the console. And you giving me a reason why to not even own your console no more? By doing this? And they Indiana Jones, I don't know if you heard the new game that just came out, the Indiana Jones game that came out, The Great Circle, which is I hear from what everyone's saying is a great game.
Mm-hmm.
I said it. They gonna announce the game coming to the PS5 back in this summertime. You're gonna announce the game to come to the PS5 without waiting till the game come out first on the Xbox. As soon as I saw that announcement, I said, "This is pointless. It's pointless for me to play on the Xbox now." When I could just wait a couple of months, because I think it's coming in March or April on the PS5. So like, what's the point of me buying it on Xbox Series? I even tried that. I said I could have tried it on Game Pass and see how I like it. And if I really love it, then I'll go ahead and buy it when the PS5 comes out. I'm just gonna flat out wait.
Yep.
Yeah, like it makes no sense for me to keep this console when I'm not doing nothing with it.
Yeah, my Xbox crashed. The last one's not the newest system, and when it did, I was like, okay, do I want the new Xbox or do I want the new PlayStation? And for the first time in a long time, I was like, I'm going with the PS5.
Yeah.
The last PlayStation I had was the 3, and I was like,
PS4. Then, yeah.
And I was like, I'm not gonna get a 4. So, and I was like, you know what? I'm switching over. Even though the hardest thing for me is because I played Xbox since Xbox original instead of saying Xbox One, the 360. I got so used to that controller, where the buttons and everything are. So then when I switch over to the PlayStation controller, it's like, wait a minute, these two right here are in the wrong spot.
See, you so used to yeah.
Yeah,
I don't like. See, the one thing I don't like with Xbox controller is this is why I cannot play fighting games on an Xbox controller because the D-pad is not good, and when you use the D-pad on a fighting game, it is brutal, absolutely brutal. And I prefer, especially now when you play my new fighting games, because you can use the sticks in new fighting games. I don't like to have the stickers right here, and you still got the D-pad at the bottom. Because with PlayStation, especially when I do Tekken. And when I play Tekken on PlayStation, I switch between both. Right. I'll use the D-pad and I'll use the stick. They right next to each other. With Xbox, my thumb was right here, and I guess especially if you want to move the character, like man, the stick is right here. And I can't just switch on both sides. The stick being up here, and you got the D-pad at the bottom next to the right stick. I'm like, man, that's so terrible for a fighting game.
I mean, for me, I was so used to them being there.
Yeah.
So even in fighting games,
I always say for anyone who's been playing on Xbox since the 360, you just not going on a PlayStation, it's gonna take you time to adjust.
I mean, I'm like, where's my thumb going? It needs to be lower.
Because I always said that the 360 controller was great for shooters. The 360. I used to love playing Call of Duty, Halo, and Tom Clancy games on the 360 because they controller layout, especially how the stick, because you use the stick a lot more for shooters.
Jay sounds a little heated. Still,
yeah. The Xbox has not been great, bro. They have not been great. They games. People are saying that Indiana Jones is the best Xbox exclusive in a long time. That's not good.
That is not good. No.
And I keep telling people that Forza Horizon 5 is my favorite Xbox game. That's the game that I'll go back to.
I love the Forza games.
Yes, that's the game that I love the most. But Halo Infinite was a disappointment. I was like, the only good thing about Halo Infinite, I thought that the story, in terms of, they had some really good boss battles, but the story was just terrible. And the Starfield game, I spent 170 hours in that game, and I'm gonna tell you that I'll say about good 30 hours that I really felt excited. There was times when I really felt excited playing the game. Like, oh man, yeah, this is some good. Like the side quests the faction quests. They had faction quests when they had different factions you had to work with. I thought that was the best part of the game. Then when you do the main story, they're like, it goes down. I'm like, man, this is not good. And I forced myself to beat the game. Just say, all right, I'll beat Starfield. That's all I need. That's all I need. I beat Starfield. So, but I'm never gonna go back to the game. I know they said that, the new game plus they add new stuff and all that. I'm like, nah, you lost me with that story mode. Like, not worth it. Whereas this game, matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead because I posted on IG today my top 10 games of 2024, and I'm gonna go ahead and share it. Hey, let's go ahead and share. I do want to talk about certain games. Right. Let's do this that game. All right, number 10, we got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best Dragon Ball games in a long time. I mean, Fighters is a good fighting game, but as a pure Dragon Ball Z game, just a Dragon Ball game in general, this is the complete packages. I love the new story elements that they added to the game. And what they did their own version of what if. Like they had scenarios, what if Vegeta defeated Cell before he become Perfect Cell? Or what if Vegeta defeated Frieza before he transformed to his final form? And I know the biggest one I love is the Trunks. What if Trunks defeat the androids before even Cell get to Zord? So they had a lot of new stuff to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, man. A lot of new content, and it's still stuff that I gotta finish. I think Jaren, I gotta finish his story arc. So yeah, and I know they did it on Frieza. What if, So Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, the best Dragon Ball game of the year, of all time, and one of the best games of the year, right behind another fighting game I'm gonna show later on.
Before you say there's one game that's in my mind. I mean, when you get done, I will tell you if it made the list or not.
All right. Dragon Dogma 2. Great RPG game. Now, the funny thing is, I played the first game on the PS3, never finished it. And I was supposed to play it again before Dragon Dogma 2 came out, but I said, I'm just going to go ahead and go straight to Dragon Dogma 2. Classic game here when it comes to the RPG. I've seen a couple of people complain about the open one. I'm going to tell you this. There is no traditional fast travel in this game. You have to collect portal crystals for you to fast travel. And I think there's 5 or 6 of them in the game. But I was saying that, you know what? I think that's a good thing that they didn't have the massive instances on fast traveling, because a lot of exploring I did. I mean, they had a lot of places that you could explore in the game, especially the caves. Because this is why I would say this is close to Elden Ring when it comes to exploration. Because you could find a lot of things that you may not find. I believe if they would have a lot of fast travel points, I don't believe people would have explored the game like how it should have been explored. Mm-hmm. So. And they got the class, they call them vocations, and they had the class system they had in the game is awesome. I played through, I think 6 or 7 of them and maxed all of them out, man. And it's a class in the game that's an OP kind of class, but I think they nerfed it since I beat the game and got the platinum trophy. It is an OP. And the dragon battles are insane. You fight by at least 7 dragons in this game. Wow. And they will take you 20-30 minutes plus for you to beat it. And they some powerful dragons. Because I remember one time when I came across a dragon for the first time, I got my ass kicked real quick. I had to level myself up to a point. I think I had to get to level 40 for me to have a capable fight against a dragon. So that them dragon fights ain't no joke. And I would say the end game is the best part of the game in terms of the overall story. That whole sequence in the end game is awesome. But yeah, Dragon Dogma 2, one of the best RPGs of the year from Capcom. Definitely a must play for any RPG you've had out there.
Nice. Yeah, another thing I like about your collection is everything is physical.
Oh, I'm all physical. I'm team physical all day.
Yeah.
I'm team physical. I refuse to buy that. Like, there was games that came out that was digital only. I'm not buying. Especially if you charge regular full price, that you charge $70 for a digital only game. No, I'm not buying.
Not at all.
Unless you come out with a physical version of the game, I'm buying because Black Myth Wukong had a physical version. And what was another physical version that came out? Oh, the Tomb Raider remaster 1 to 3. They had it came out digital first, then they released a physical copy later on. So if you announce a physical copy, I'm getting your game. If you don't, I'm not getting it. Unless it's a massive price drop on digital.
Yep, totally agree. Totally agree. Yep.
So here's game number 8. And I mentioned Persona earlier. This is Persona 3 Reload, the remake of the original Persona 3, which was my first Persona game I ever played. And absolutely enjoyed it. I remember a lot of things that I played from the original game. They added new story elements and new dialogue scenes and cutscenes. Great gameplay. And I still say that this is probably the last true serious Persona game that it took place in school, but it had some violence and it had some very serious tone to the game. And it had some character depth. That's how I kind of feel like the two Persona games actually didn't have no major character depths. But Persona 3 Reloaded, great game, great RPG game. If you're a fan of Persona of the games, because a lot of people just recently got into Persona series. I would say Persona 5 put the games on the franchise on the map. A lot of people ain't even heard of Persona. I heard the original Persona games that came out back in 97 and 99. I heard of those because of the PlayStation magazine. They had the advertisement of those in the PlayStation magazine. So that's why I always like, maybe I'll give it a try at Persona 2, because Persona 2 was on one of the PlayStation Underground demos I had. And so I ended up trying that out. Like, it's pretty good. But the problem was Persona 2 was so hard to find. That was a hard to find game. I'm going to tell you this. It's a $400 game right now on eBay.
Woo!
$400.
Great.
And the price went, because when I first looked on eBay back in 2018, it was a $250 game. And now it's a $400 game. And Persona 2 was hard to find back in New York in 1999 when it came out. I'm like, man. And that was one of the rare games that rare Japanese games that get released here in the States, but they only release a limited amount of copies of them. So that's why when Persona 3 came out, I was like, let me go ahead and get it. I bought Persona 3, I think, 4 days after it came out. Cause I remember I missed a launch day. I forgot that. Oh shit, Persona 3 came out. So I had to go. I think I had to get my dad to take me to GameStop. So that's how I got Persona 3. And from that point on, that's when I became a Persona fan. And they remake the game. Absolutely love it. Persona 3 must-play game of 2024. Number 7. Space Marine. 4,000 BC.
I've never heard of this one.
Yeah, Warhammer. I know you heard of the Warhammer series, right?
I've heard Warhammer. Yeah.
This is part of the Warhammer series. Space Marine 2. An awesome game. And I played the first. I always hyped up the first one on IG. I tell people, and that game is so criminally underrated. But man, this, like, I would say that it has the you play Gears of War, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say this it has Gears of War in the melee of Gears of War. Just that you're a Marine god, and this game is badass. Literally,
I'm actually typing some of these games into my.
Type, man. I mean, the funny thing is, a lot of these games don't sell during the holidays, so. So you may miss out your chance on getting them for good cheap prices. Yep, awesome game, man. Gameplay is great. The story is much better than I anticipated, because especially I love them final 4 missions. Them 4 missions are great, intense. You had some great boss battles, especially this one dude who fight like the Predator. He goes up in the trees and uses stealth and attack you from the stealth advantages and all that. Yeah, you have to keep your eyes on him, and your squad mates will point him out if he's in a position from a far distance, so you gotta look out for that. But yeah, this game is awesome. I didn't do, like I said, my multiplayer is kind of down, so I didn't play too much of the multiplayer. I did play one mission in co-op with someone. Damn shame the server got crashed and I had to log out. I think I probably played 3 matches with him. But yeah, Space Marine 2, awesome game. Now this game, I know you heard the Silent Hill franchise, right?
Yep.
They remade Silent Hill 2. And now a lot of people were skeptical on this game because of the developers. The Bluebird team. They the ones that developed the Medium. You heard the Medium, right? I know that was on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they developed the Medium, and that was kind of like an average game. And they did another game before the Medium. So there was a lot of skepticism on Silent Hill 2. And I was kind of iffy on buying the game. Then when the reviews came out, it turned out to be real. The reviews been way better than what a lot of people expected. It got, I think, 87 Metacritic score. So I bought the game. I bought this during Black Friday, and I beat it towards the end of November. And man, oh man, it lived up to what the original game was. And so I played the original game back on the PS2, and I love Silent Hill. That was because I ain't played the first Silent Hill game. I only played the demo of Silent Hill 1.
Mm-hmm.
Silent Hill 2 was the first one that I played fully, and I loved it. And I will sell you this. Play this game at nighttime. Play if you got a surround system. Play it with the all the way up, because you're gonna be jumping. You're gonna be shot. You're gonna be scared. You may not want to turn the corner when you hear some noises, because they did an awesome job with the audio. Because I played the first 10 hours of the game without headphones. Then I decided, you know what, I want to see how this sounds with headphones on. Because man, it sounds scary without the headphones from my surround sound system. And boy, there was one part of the game. It was you walking down a long ass stairwell, and I think they extended this because the original game, hey, I don't remember them stairwells being so damn long. But boy, they extended it. It's dark. If you could turn off your flashlight and it'll be jet black. You can't see nothing. But you hear sounds. I'm like, yo, it's like I'm walking into hell. What's going on here? You got the headphones on, you hearing this shit, and you take the lights off, you can't see nothing on the screen. I'm like, damn, what am I walking into, man? That whole scene really freaked me out. Yo. And you have the option. I know because I ain't did that again. I wish I did it again because I missed the trophy. That you could turn. They have a radio in the game which you can have on, so it'll alert you to any of the creatures that are nearby. And I thought that does give you a jump scare because like when you walking, you don't hear nothing. All of a sudden you hear that radio come on. Like, oh, something's near. Something's near. I was kind of slowing down. Like, damn, I got to slow down. Damn creatures nearby.
Hey,
turn the radio off. When you turn the radio off, you don't know what's coming at you. You don't know That's what I always say, man. I saw someone did a live stream of the game. They had the radio off, so instead of they were walking slow, they were walking fast. And all of a sudden, because they had one of these creatures that be sitting in the corner or they be sitting down, and you can't see them, especially if you don't point your light towards or scan the whole room. You don't point your light and scan the whole room, you can't see them. So then it was the girl too. Man, she down there bust my damn computer speakers. As soon as she got right to the corner, she turned around because once I heard the sound, like, oh, you hear that sound, that is gonna attack you. She turned around and dude started, and she started jumping and screaming like crazy. Like, oh, that's what you get. Man. You better be walking slowly. Don't walk fast, so you won't be sad. Because she had a couple of jump scares throughout the game, throughout her live stream. But that part right there really got her. She had to pause the game. Like, yeah, that's what you get. Don't walk fast in Silent Hill 2. You better walk slowly and observe the room. Look at the room, because you don't know what's going to pop up in front of you or behind you. And they be having them all over the place. Silent Hill 2, awesome horror game, awesome remake, man. I would say it's right up there with Resident Evil 4. Definitely must buy game. I would recommend you, D, because this is a simple game. I would say the combat, you pretty much, because the melee, you just gonna do you swing your bat, you swing your pipe, and then you shoot your guns and all that. But it's pretty much simple. It's a simple.
Is that like the remake from like the original from like early 2000s?
Yeah, for the PS2.
Okay, yeah. So I played that way back in the day.
Yeah,
I'll definitely look back.
I ain't played that in a long time. I only played Silent Hill 2 once in some place, but I had it was a lot of things that I remember. Oh yeah, I remember this scene. I remember this. I remember this. So, but they had some changes from the original game that they expanded on too. All right, so this is number 5, and we talked about the franchise earlier. Tekken 8, people.
Mm-hmm.
Best fighting game the year, and probably the best over. I'll put this number 3 in my Tekken. Some people, I already seen a couple people putting this they number 1 Tekken game of all time, but wow. I'm putting this number 3 because I still love Tekken 3 and Tekken 5 so much. But man, Tekken 8 is awesome. The epic story from the conclusion Tekken 7 story where Hayashima just finally died, but I'll tell you this, he came back. No surprise. But yeah, Tekken 8 gameplay, roster, one day Tekken, they never disappoint when it comes to their roster, man. 30 fighters in this game. 32 fighters from launch in this game. Big roster. And they introduce new characters that are badass. Well, Tekken, they never disappoint. Gameplay, great. Graphics, great. The best graphical Tekken game. Because I would say Tekken 7 did not look good graphically wise. Yeah, that was kind of disappointing with Tekken 7 for the PS4 with the graphics. But they really stepped it up with Tekken 8.
I mean, does that have a lot of buy content into it also?
The DLC, if you don't have to see pass, yeah, you have to buy. But the good thing, you can buy the fighters individually. This is what I do not like with Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
Mortal Kombat, you are forced to buy the premium package, which is $40 for all the fighters. Which I'm like, why can I just buy? Because in Tekken, you can buy the fighters they $7.99 if you buy one character. $7.99. Whereas Tekken, they force you to buy the whole package.
Mm-hmm.
Which I do not like how they force that on you. Instead of you can't buy the characters separately.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I know so many of them now, which is like the paywall, so much is hid behind paywalls.
And Mortal Kombat is the worst. Because Tekken, they have, I wouldn't even necessarily, they have a little, they might, because the orbs was, but it's hard, you don't even pay attention to it. Because I think what they use for the Tekken shop. And the Tekken shop, the things that's in the Tekken shop can be unlocked naturally. But you know how some games they say, oh, we want to make a little extra money, so we'll go ahead put some microtransactions for you. Even though you can unlock the stuff in the game, but if you ain't got time to grind, you can go ahead and use the money to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll admit I did some. It was what's the name, Grand Turismo 7 when I said I'm not grinding for no damn near $5 million credits. So I ended up buying I've been buying because I have some leftover PlayStation credit. I think it was $30-something of PlayStation Network credit I had left over that I didn't use. So I ended up buying the 2.5 million credits, and I ended up buying another $500 just to get over 3. Yeah, was it 3? I think I had 3 million already, but I had to get over 5+ million just to buy that Ferrari board. And I'm not grinding too much in that game. But yeah, Tekken 8, man, best fighting game of the year. One of the best Tekken games. And you were going to have a lot of fun playing it. They had a lot of content. That's the one thing about Tekken and Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 was last year fighting game of the year. And Tekken 8 is this year. They have a lot of content in their games. And that's why I'm saying Mortal Kombat 1 is pretty much dead. It's a DOA game. Mortal Kombat has been living off of the celebrity guest fighters more than they living off the games themselves. I forgot. I think Conan the Barbarian was the last DLC character for Mortal Kombat 1. And I ain't played Mortal Kombat 1 since early last year. And I think Omni-Man from Invincible was the last character I played at. And that was it. Yep.
Because when I was talking about the DLC stuff, I mean, the last thing I really spent money on for DLC was Arkham and didn't get all the skins. I did love all the skins in Arkham.
Well, because the reason I didn't spend skins on I think it was Arkham City, because I ended up buying the Game of the Year edition. Because I think I traded in my standard edition, bought the Game of the Year edition, so I just go ahead and have all the content. Because that's the thing with WB games, and they do that a lot with their games, especially with Mortal Kombat. After they finish with their content, they're going to release a new version, an Ultimate Edition version, with all the content and DLC characters and skins. And that's why I was saying that, when it comes to WB games, especially Mortal Kombat, that's why I was saying Mortal Kombat 1 is the last Mortal Kombat game I'm buying day one. Because I'm better off waiting until they fix everything, they add whatever features they had, and all the DLC characters come, and they're gonna come out with an Ultimate Edition that's gonna be like $40 or $50. I remember when someone said that a couple years ago. Well, I think it was before Mortal Kombat. I think it was Mortal Kombat 11, because I ended up buying Mortal Kombat 11, the Ultimate Edition for that on the PS5. Because I bought I bought Mortal Kombat 11 3 times. I bought the Premium Edition, I bought the Aftermath Edition, I think I did, and I bought the Ultimate Edition for the PS5. I'm like, yeah, why did I bought this game 3 fucking times?
and that's how they get you.
Why did I do that, man? I was better off just waiting for the Ultimate Edition for the PS5 because that's what it has the whole package. Because Tekken never re-releases. They just release one version of the game and that's it. They never re-release their games. Like with Street Fighter, that's the one that I hate about Street Fighter. They always have a Super Street Fighter, Ultra Street Fighter, Arcade Street Fighter. All them versions of shit. They had so many versions of Street Fighter 2. I just lost sight. Like, all right, come on, man. Let's get to this game. My number 4 game of 2024 is Stellar Blade. Oh boy.
Now I've heard a lot of good about this game.
You need to see my photo mode pictures I post on IG. I know this game, the negative talk about this game that this game is eye candy. Eve, it's a sexy dress up, something like that. Right? Bypass all that. Stellar Blade is awesome game. Graphically, gameplay, Eve is an awesome character, and I love the story, especially the lore of the story. I believe I beat this 4 times, and I'm on my 5th play. I beat it 4 times already. Yeah, it was 4 times I beat it. Because the one I'm currently on my 5th playthrough that I ain't finished. But yeah, Stellar Blade is an awesome game.
Now, are you playing it so much so you can get the platinum trophy?
Oh, I already got the platinum.
Okay.
I got the platinum on my second play. I think it's second.
Okay.
Because you have to beat the story 3 times to get 2 different because there's 3 different endings. You had to for you to get the trophy, you had to do it in 2 different. But I was able to have a backup save data. Because I know some people they beat it all 3 times, but I only beat it twice because I had the backup save data, so I could go back and do something different.
Yeah,
do the unlock the 3rd ending. That's how you do that.
I mean, I actually like it when they do stuff where you have to go back and play through to get other achievements and trophies. I like it when they do that.
Yeah,
some people are like, just let me get it all at once.
I like that too. I prefer to get a platinum trophy in one playthrough. Because the next 2 games I'm talking about that's the problem. Reason why I don't have the platinum trophy, but Stellar Blade, you could get the platinum trophy in 3 playthroughs, but I got mine in 2 playthroughs because I was able to back up the save data and go back. I think I had to go back before I do this. The one of the second to third, the final mission, I was able to get that ending. There's more. I think it was they said the game it's a bad ending of the game. Like, I don't think it's a bad ending. I think it's more like it's an ending that the choice that you go with is considered bad, but it's actually an info dump ending which you learn a lot about what happened in the past.
Gotcha.
Like, how is that a bad ending? Which it's actually you getting a lot of information that you learn. That you gotta learn for what happened in the past or what happened, why Earth became what it was. So I don't consider that a bad ending. I consider that as like a good ending. Yeah, you join going up against the person that you're supposed to fight, who's supposed to be evil, that who's controlling people. But I think it's good info dump, and I think that should be the canon ending, so that could go to part 2. So like Oh, what?
When you are playing through these games, like the first time through, you watch all the cutscenes and everything.
Yes. And the 2 games I'm going to talk about, my next 2 games, the second playthrough is going to be speed run, but there's a massive problem with one game. Let's get to my 3rd game right here. It's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Part 2 of the remake of Final Fantasy VII. Awesome game when it comes to the graphics. Now, it did have performance issues and the frame rate moves. I know that was a big talk when it came out, but it didn't seem to bother me when other people was being bothered. Story is great, but I have one big issue with the story, and this is the reason why I can't stand parts when you're doing the trilogy, because the story left me something like, damn, man, I had to go back and reload the save data and watch the whole ending sequence go back. Like, part 3 need to come here in just 2 years, man. I just can't wait. This is too much. Like, why do you have this type of ending that kind of leave you confusion? Then when you rewatch, like, yo, part 3 need to come out. It's almost, I would say this, and when it comes to the movie comparison, the Matrix 2 and Matrix 3, Matrix Reloaded and Matrix Revolution. The way how Matrix Reloaded ended, like, Revolution need to come here quick. Yo, need to come here quick, and that's the way this game ended. Especially, I don't want to spoil nothing because I do want to talk about it. It's a big spoiler alert. Well, first of all, if you play the original game, you know a major character died in Earth. But the way they had it in terms of her death, and this is one thing I did. I just hate that they did that shit with that ending. Kind of make you think that she lives, but no, she's not. She's dead. they tease it, and there was multiple teases in the game they did with one character that I didn't like, but if they would have killed her off, the whole gaming community would have brought the heat down with Square Enix if they would have did that death. Oh boy, and I would think, they gonna kill who I think they're gonna kill in this game. But yeah, the story just leave you want part 3 to come out way sooner than what it should, man. It better come out 2027, boy, man. Well, I'm gonna be my patience is not gonna be good.
Wow.
The gameplay is also this is why I was saying that you will not be able to play Final Fantasy VII because it is a convoluted gameplay that you have to learn on the fly. I mean, you would literally have to learn on the fly with the materia because I would say it is extremely hard. I would say this is probably the way they made Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is where you doing them chatting them Brad and people hate chatting with them VR missions and this is probably the main reason why I haven't gotten the platinum trophy for this game because I did them 2 VR missions. I'm like, I don't feel like I'm high level enough that I should be powerful enough, and these fools are wrecking me. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? What? I'm level 80. I have the great material that I should be able to get. And the one that I think that's the BS they did. They take away any revival, and that's why you have to be smart with your people that your companions you use. I always say you gotta have a person that can revive you, a person that can give you health because I forgot it's Jay Barry. I think he said something about you certain materials you need, but yeah, the material system will have your mind screwed up because you have to be on point on what type of material you use going into a battle. Because if you don't have the material that you need for that battle, you ain't beating.
You done.
And they had different stages, and I think that's the problem with that. You may get past the first stage, the second and third stage is going to get more harder and harder. I forgot which one. I think it was the Mr. 70, which I keep getting to the first 3 battles. That 4th battle against some crab motherfuckers, I just can't stand them. I'm getting both of my squad getting knocked down, and I'm the last one down. Each time I revive them, they got half health. They get put down again. I'm like, come on, man. And I was getting frustrated. I'm like, I just can't do this no more. I'm just gonna beat the game. If I come back to it, I come back. And you gotta beat the game a second time on hard to get the platinum trophy. Oh. And beating it on the normal difficulty, there was certain boss fights I knew. Oh no. If I'm struggling on normal, I can imagine how it's going to be on hard. And they did something. They took away something they did from the first game. In the first game, they had benches, like a bench area that you can recover your SP. Your SP determines the amount of powers and abilities you can use. And in this game, they took that away. You cannot go to a bench before a boss fight and recover your SP to full. So you have to preserve your SP each battle. That is painful. Like, wow, that is painful. You have to preserve, so you can't. I think you can only refill it. I think I forgot what someone said at certain spots. But before the boss fights, you can't refill your SP. Wow. So that means going into you have to preserve it while you fighting regular enemies. Then before your boss battle, you have to make sure you have a good amount for each character. Before you go into it, because if you're very low on SP, go into a boss fight, you screwed. you will not. That is going to be very hard for you to defeat without SP. And I'm like, damn, why did they do that? And the funny thing is, you had the developer. He saw all the complaints, so he apologized to a lot of people, saying that sorry that we made the game hard for people. And another reason why I did not get the platinum trophy because they add so much side content, so much side fluff, to the point it forces you. They force on you to get the trophies. Like, why would you add all this content and forcing me to do it? And the worst thing about it, you have to get the top rank on each one. The top rank. Like, come on, man. And this one, when you find some damn plane, you gotta fly the plane trying to get the coins, trying to get as much coins as possible. And that shit was brutal. Like, they added so much content to the game. Like, man, I just want to beat the game. Because I got to a point, I think I was at 110 hours. And I think I had about four major story missions left. But they sidetrack you to do all the side stuff and do all these mini games. I'm like, man, these mini games they're annoying. I can't do this stuff no more. I'm wasting time. I just want to get to the main story. So I said, I'm not going to go after the platinum trophy. I'm not even going to attempt to get some of these trophies. I just want to beat the game and just go back to it whenever I have a chance. If I don't have the patience to go back to the game and beat it a second time. But other than that, it's still a great game. Great gameplay, great story. Like I said, it had that confusing ending, but it's still a fun game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is my third game reason, despite all the issues I said.
It blows my mind that game is 3 with all that you just said. That blows my mind.
It is.
It's like the good stuff is great then.
Yeah.
Despite
a person who wants to, because my goal going to the game, I want to get the platinum trophy because I got the platinum trophy for the last 2 Final Fantasy games. Mm-hmm. And I see all this stuff. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Hey, come on. I just want to get the platinum, get the stories, do whatever collectibles y'all have in the game. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they force all the side content on you, that you have to get the platinum, do all that stuff just to get the platinum trophy.
Wow.
I'm like, come on. And I think that's what I know for a fact that part 3, they're going to do less. They probably going to have the content there, but they're not going to force it on you to do it and for you to get the platinum trophy. So like that's the one mistake they did that I did not like, and that's the reason why it's my number 3 game, not my number 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. My number 2 game is Metaphor Refancy.
I don't know
the developers of Persona. They are the same developers who create the Persona games. Yeah, this is a high fantasy setting game that take and play in a high fantasy setting, but it's a lot of politics. And one day, and funny, I was playing this game during this whole election. Like, the politics in this game is better than the actual politics that's going on. What is going on here? It's about who's becoming king. Who's becoming the king? Because you got. I forgot his name again. He killed the original king, so he wants to take the throne. Luis, that's his name. Luis is his name. He's the villain of the year. He's probably one of the best video game villains in a long time. He's awesome. But this game has got, and I'm getting tired when I hear people say this, like, oh, it's just a Persona game. It has more than what Persona offers. Persona, it has some of the same things. Oh, you get the archetypes that's similar to the Personas, but they control different, and they have the variations of archetypes that I love. That you could, unlike Persona, because Persona, your companions are locked into one Persona. You can't change none of their other Personas, so they only locked into one. Mm-hmm. And Metaphor, you could change all of their archetypes. You could use a healer archetype. From one, you can change it over to one person to another person. You can change it over to another companion and all. Like you can turn a person who was meant to be a healer, you can turn them to a brawler. Give them the brawler archetype, so they won't be using the healer archetype like crazy. Whereas like that's what happened in Persona. You have the character who use the healing persona, and they just lock into that healer persona for the whole game. But in Metaphor, any of your companions could use any different type of archetypes. And I think that's the big point that I brought up in my review on IG, that's what I love with Metaphor more than Persona. That all of your companions can have all the archetypes in the game instead of being locked in. So you can actually make your team kind of OP if you had the right skill set. And this is another game that has a complicated system that you really have to study on. And I know a lot of people, and I've been seeing this on Twitter recently, it takes too long for you to get into the game because someone the other day said, the tutorial session is 6 hours. It's 6 hours for a reason because it's a brand new system. They're not going to force feed it on you so early to the point that they want you to learn it and you got to learn it down pat. They give you 6 hours to learn the system. So you have you got to go through multiple. I think it was really 2 dungeons you had to go through in the first 6. So you got to learn it in those 6 hours so that when you get to the serious dungeons that have a big time boss fight, you get used to it. Because I find no way that a person who casually playing this for the first time, you are going to struggle. Because due to me, because I play all the, like I said, the Persona games. They get up to the same start to. They give you a whole section, like a whole dungeon for you to like a tutorial dungeon. So you can learn the system, learn how you manage your companions and all your attacks. Like for the I ain't knew this game had a system. Synthesis attack when you could use a combination attack with your whole party. So I didn't know about that when I think they introduced that a little later in the game. But I didn't know that each character each companion had their own list of attacks, of the synchronized attacks. I had no idea. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Because I didn't it was a hint session that came up telling me that, but I skipped it. I just absolutely skipped it, and and that's on later on when I got later in the game that I saw that had a trophy. You get 50 synthesis attack. I'm like, oh. And I look at my trophy list. They had like the percentage of how many you did. I only did 2 of them. I'm like, oh shit, I only did two of those attacks. I gotta work on them. I gotta work on them. And I'm pulling up the list of attacks that you do. And there's a whole bunch of them. Oh, like, oh man, how can I miss out on this? How the hell I play the game for 80 hours and miss out on these attacks? What's going on here? 80 hours. How did I miss out on that shit? I was like, yo, and that's why I had to end up doing them like crazy. And then they were some awesome attacks. Like, yo, I missed out on this. And that's why I say you have to pay attention to the things, the features, because if you go bypass stuff, you're gonna miss out on things you're gonna do that you can do in the game. So that's why I was saying that you have to take this game at a slow pace because you gotta learn the mechanics. You gotta learn how you handle the archetypes and they power. Like there's another thing I didn't know that you can do. Whatever powers you lock on your archetype class, you can switch those powers over to your companion archetype so they can use your abilities as well. So they can use the abilities of that archetype that you have onto their archetype. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is crazy. I never knew that you could do that when I realized that. So that's why I was using, like, I had my my magician. He had the magic attacks, and I mix in with melee attacks because the magician don't use melee attacks at all. But when my brawler archetype, I maxed out my archetype for the brawler, and I saw that the melee attacks was available for me to buy and use for the magician. Like, oh shit, I'm gonna make my magician a melee along with magic powers.
Wow.
And that's a cute. And I feel like that's not a feature that people are not talking about. Hey, you can literally OP your own archetypes in the classes, whereas other games don't give you that freedom.
Right.
When you have like with Persona, like I said, Persona, you are locked to the powers that Persona and the abilities that Persona has. You can't switch out or change abilities. So I think that's a great way. So you can't go into a battle like I would say, like when Persona games, you have to go into a battle with the right Persona because they have weaknesses. Like if you're going up against a fight with someone that's weak to fire, you gotta make sure you have a Persona that have fire attacks.
Right.
Yeah. So in this game, you can mix all variation of abilities with your class, with your party members, to the point that you have the weaknesses for all your archetypes. Like if you go up against an enemy that's weak to fire and ice at the same time, you can have that covered with 2 archetypes. So you won't have to, I don't got no fire abilities with him, so I can't use it. But all my archetypes, the people I have in my party, that have that fire ability. Like there's there's one dragon I fought. I didn't watch the video because that's why I was so confused. Like, wait, what the hell is he weak to? I'm using all my attacks. He's not weak to nothing. And just to find out he's weak to he's weak to light damage. So none of my archetypes had the light damage. So I had to start the battle all over again. I had to go back before the battle started and switch my archetypes, all of them with light attacks, light magic abilities. And boy, I ran to that dragon with ease. I literally killed him so quick. That's why I was like, yo, you have to go in certain situations where showing your archetype, you can make that adjustment and make the fight easy. Because if you just have one character that's archetype that has just light damage, you only doing one small point damage to the dragon. But the fact that all 4 of my party members had light damage, it made it so much easier to lower his health.
I mean, there's so many games through the past that something like that would have worked and made them so much easier.
Yeah, because you could go into a fight and that's why I said I was struggling in the fight so much. I'm like, what's going on here? What is he weak to?
Mm-hmm.
What is he weak to? I'm using all my abilities about and just to find out he's weak to light damage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when I found out I had to go back to the beginning of before you fight him and make adjustments to all my archetypes.
Wow.
And make the fight easy.
Yeah.
That is a great system because you can't do that in any other game. Like I said, with Final Fantasy, you have to make sure you have the right material going to each battle. And certain battles will be you have to change out your material.
Yeah.
And some of them, sometimes they don't even tell. Like they may throw in some enemy that nullify all physical attacks. When nullify, that means if you punch them with a melee attack, it hits you right back.
Yeah.
So you dang, I can't have no melee attacks. So I gotta make sure my archetype don't have no melee attacks at all. I gotta make sure he's uses weaknesses, and sometimes there be ones that don't have no weaknesses. So you gotta figure out, all right, what kind of attack may stun them. And I forgot it was it was one of the boss battles that when I walked into that I was like, all right, what's going on here? He's not no magic attacks don't work, melee attacks don't work on him. So what is constantly work? I ain't realize you just go up to him and hit him with a regular sword attack, and you gotta have a weapon because if he has certain weapons like a sword weapon will cause a weakness, and the axe weapon could be a weakness. So when I found out that I could just go melee his ass and he's weak to melee, man,
wow.
And it have to be you have to have a sword because certain companions only have either axe weapons or they have guns.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I went. All right, let me go back and start the fight over, and then put swords on everyone. Let me put swords on everyone so we can attack that weakness nonstop. And the more weakness you attack, you get more turns too.
Mm-hmm.
So metaphor. This game is awesome, gameplay wise. Now I will say that another weakness is the reason why it's not my number one game of the year. The graphics are kind of dated. When you look at the graphics. You said that it looked like a PS4 game more than a PS5 game, and then the textures and certain. I think before you go in certain dungeons, you can see the ground textures. They look bad. I don't know. I think they said they fixed them with a recent patch, but they did not look good. So on the technical level, like graphics and all, that's the game flaw. That's the game flaw. It's not the graphics are pretty dated. It's not a Persona 3, the game that I told about earlier. That had better graphics than this. And they from not the same development team, but they use the same engine. But that had better graphics than Metaphor, and that was kind of surprising. But yeah, Metaphor, my second favorite game of the year, could have been my number one game if it just had better graphics. But definitely a must-play game for my RPG head guys out there. If you're a fan of Persona, go buy Metaphor. Go buy it. You will love it.
Nice.
My number one game, and the game that just came out of nowhere, that was just announced. I think it was announced 3 months before it came out, and it's a 3D platformer from PlayStation of all people, not Nintendo. PlayStation. Astro Bot.
Oh my goodness! It's a game that I love. I love this game.
This game right here, and I played it. You played Astro Playroom too, right?
Yep. When I first got it, I love that.
I love that game, and I was saying, man, they make a full game, and they made a full game, and this is fun as hell. It's the most creative game when it comes to the gameplay mechanics. Like every level have its own different gameplay mechanics that you had to beat the level to use.
Yep.
That's what I love about the game the most is the gameplay mechanics, the level designs. I mean, when you go in the God of War level, oh man.
Yes.
That God of War, the Crash Bandicoot level. I mean, everything about Astro Bot was fun. I had a smile on my face every hour I played in this game until the final damn challenge. And when they decided to make the game Dark Souls. Oh my God, that final challenge had me sweating. My hands it was the first time all year my hands were sweating. I'm like, what is going on, man? This is tough. It was so tough, man. Hands were sweating. It took me dang near almost 2.5 hours to beat that final challenge. And when I did, like, yes, and the platinum trophy came up on my screen. Like, that's satisfying, man.
I am like one character from getting the platinum.
Oh,
well, technically two characters.
Yeah, you got the final challenge. You get the last bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then you go to the regular room, and then you get that climb that thing, get that last one.
Yeah.
I mean, that one, I was like, I cannot beat that one. It's just ridiculous.
That final challenge is brutal. And I keep making it past one part. Mm-hmm. And when I keep dying, if I could just make it past this part. And I made it past the part. Then you got the part when all them fucking messes coming at you, like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, it gets harder. Why?
Yeah, why? They just put a thing out where it's got 10 more characters.
They got the DLC. They added more.
Yeah,
I did the Christmas one. I did the speed challenge.
Yeah, that one I haven't finished yet.
Yeah, but yeah, Astrobot, man, who would have thought that PlayStation had a awesome 3D platform that you can say this update with Mario games?
That surprised me when you brought that one out.
Yes, it is right because I would have never thought that I'll have put a 3D platform over Final Fantasy. Mm-hmm. But this game is just so damn fun. It's so awesome to play. I mean, like, and playing when I did the DLC, the Christmas DLC, and the speed challenge, like, yeah, this solidified. This is my game. It's my game. It has no flaws to it. There's nothing that I can complain about. Say, oh yeah, I didn't really like that and all that. This game is damn near perfect.
Yeah,
it is damn near perfect as a platform. It needs to be celebrated, and that's why I said in my post when it won Game of the Year at the Game Awards, and I said in my post, this needed to happen. This needed to happen for PlayStation, to see that, oh, we do not need to make an Uncharted, a God of War, a massive AAA game.
Yep.
To have a great, successful game. We can go ahead. We can have a platformer, a small game, because this is only made by, I think, 17 people. It's a small team.
Oh wow!
Yeah, this is a very small team.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they made this game in a year or two. I think they said they started development early last year. Came out this year. Highly rated game, 94 Metacritic score, and a Game of the Year winner on their first major game. Because this seems so because the one on the PS5, that's just a small game. It's like a how they call it, a demo game.
Yeah. I mean, it's really designed just to learn the controller.
Yeah, that's all it was for the PS for that play. And I was saying, like, yo, if they could turn that game into a bigger game, and they exactly did that. Mm-hmm. Look what happened. An awesome game. Awesome game. I love this. I already plan on starting a new playthrough. Cause I think I did start. I did the first world. I did a couple of those. So yep, I won't be playing through this again.
Yeah.
I'm playing this again. And I'm like, because when it comes to 3D platform, when it comes to PlayStation, like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, I thought was great. It was just for the type of game. I think it should have been that short. I think it felt way too short of a game for the end that quickly. And they had their games like Jack and Daxter and Sly Cooper. See, Sly Cooper. I think that was the problem with Sly Cooper. It was a stealth game with platforming ability, and I think the stealth was the strength of the game. And I like, why did the platforming kind of hurt with the Sly Cooper games? But this is big for gaming, and this is big for PlayStation. That Astrobot ended up becoming a big time hit play for a 3D platform.
I mean, that's
huge.
Somebody else last month they were talking about Game of the Year, and they mentioned that game. I was like, really? Mm-hmm. I mean, because I know how much I love playing it, but I don't play a lot of the complicated games. And when people were talking about it, possibly even Game of the Year, I was like, I know I liked it a lot. I would never thought people were talking about really Game of the Year for that. And it is so
Game of the Year. And when I was watching the Game Awards, like the Game Awards really became between these two games. They won the two most awards. Mm-hmm. And I was saying it's going to be between Metaphor and Astrobot. Because Final Fantasy VII sadly only won. It won an award that I don't believe it should have won because I don't think it's the best soundtrack of the year. I think Stellar Blade is the best soundtrack of the year. that soundtrack. I'm gonna tell you the music in that game. They had Korean singers, and some of them they were singing in Korean language, and like you could really tell you can't. Like, man, I can't understand singing, but it sounds beautiful. The song is beautiful, and their voices are beautiful. Like I listen to half the songs because the soundtrack is 180 something songs. So I listened to about 80 something songs of the song. Yeah, I think it was 88 songs. I ain't made it up to the hundreds. But man, that soundtrack is awesome. Celebrate. You played Bayonetta before, right?
Yeah.
Bayonetta,
wasn't it?
Yeah. I think Bayonetta and Nier Automata is where you say Stellar Blade is took a lot of inspiration from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, especially on Nier Automata. They did the Nier Automata collaboration, which you could just I posted that's on my IG, so if you scroll down for a bit, you'll see it.
Mm-hmm.
I took those pictures with Nier Automata. But yeah, man. That's my game of the year, Astrobot, man. If you haven't played, and it's a good game to play with your family. If you got kids, let them play too, man, because they'll have a blast playing Astrobot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm a kid at heart, so there you go.
Yeah. And like I said, I have not been a fan of platforms. The last outside of Ratchet and Clank, and that's not even the traditional platform. That's more of an action game.
Yeah.
More than I would say a platform.
It's funny, like Ratchet and Clank, I downloaded some of those not too long ago, and I'm just like, man, I'm having fun playing them.
Yeah,
I had a great time playing those games.
Like I never played the PS. I ain't played none of them actually. The PS2 games and the PS3. The one that came out in 2016 was the first Ratchet and Clank game I played.
Mm-hmm.
I played Rift Apart right after that. So yeah, that was Astrobot was my platform.
Let me ask you about another game. What about The Last of Us? Did you like that?
Oh yeah, Last of Us. That's part 2. But my only issue, because I beat part 2 again for a third time this year with the rematch. So my issue with The Last of Us is that part 2 is the pacing is a problem, especially with Abby's backstory.
Yep.
I thought that there was only really two of the backstory stuff that they showed that I really thought that was good. The others, like,
yeah, like the whole thing in the mall. You know, I was like, man, it feels like it's dragging there.
Mm. I think that I did love it. The build-up did make sense in terms of when it goes to when Abby first encountered Ellie.
Yep.
That build-up was great because especially when you see that Ellie's killing all Abby's friends.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was like, oh boy, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. And the fact that when she killed Mel and the girl, I forgot the pregnant girl. Yeah, what's her name? Mel, the pregnant girl.
Oh my gosh!
When she killed her, that's when you knew that it's Ellie. You're gonna have some trauma. You're gonna have some issues now, and that's when you can see that. You can see that she stopped wanting to get revenge. She's like, all right, I did something really bad and really. Because she had no business, to be honest, she really didn't have to kill them.
Yep.
I always say that she really did not have to kill them with the way all you need was just information. Now, even what's the name, I forgot the guy name, that because you knew that he was going to try to defend Abby regardless. So,
yeah.
But you didn't have to kill them. All you had to do is just wound them and let them live. But the fact that you killed them, Abby found out she killed her, and it really said, and that's when I was on Abby's side. That's when I flip side, like, see, Ellie, you were all about revenge. Then as soon as you kill someone that you thought, you didn't have to kill, now you backing off. You softening up. You have post trauma issues now. Oh, now here we go. All that being about revenge. Now you backing down, and now Abby, what you did to Abby. All you had to do is that Abby. See, that's what I was saying. The thing with Joe and I predicted Joe's death the moment they revealed the first trailer. I said that Joe was going to die.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to die. He cannot get away with what he did at the end of the first game.
Yep.
Now that was going to come back to bite him big time. And you can see how I don't know how people was. Now my only issue with his death was it happened a little too early. That's my only issue. I had no issues with Abby killing him. Now I remember when the whole story about Abby killing him came out, and so it was leaked out and people was mad. Like I have no issue about Abby killing him. My only issue is that how long it happened into the game.
Yep.
Now I was predicting him to die at least 5-6 hours into the game. He ended up dying 2 hours into the game. So that was probably the shot. And that's why I believe season 2, what they need to do with the TV show, they need to have his death at the end of the season.
Yes.
That needs to be that needs to happen at the end of the season and not happen early or midpoint. It needs the end of the season so you can have an impact and have everyone in terms of the people who never played the game talk about it. Because that would be a massive blow to have that happen at the end of the season instead of early in the season. Because I think they said that they're gonna do season 2 and 3 in terms of using the Last of Us Part 2 story as a whole. Because I think that's what they should do is the first season should be about Abby, Ellie and Abby. They should give more screen time to Ellie and Joel being together. I think they need with the flashback scenes in the original game, that needs to be actual scenes instead of being flashback scenes. Like it needs to be happening while Joel's still alive. And so we don't need to get the flashback scenes after he died.
Yeah.
So those scenes that they did in the flashbacks, they need to actually happen in episodes. Like when Joe revealed the truth, what he did to free her from the from Wolf, not Wolf, what's the name again? I can't. You remember their names?
Oh my god! I mean, I can see the guy, and I remember they were in the bar.
The Fireflies. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Fireflies. Yeah. He need when he revealed that truth, that needs to be an episode dedicated to that instead of just being a flashback.
I mean,
so they needed like the flashback scenes need to actually happen in the episodes, so you can have the build up to it, the emotional build up to it. That they're gonna tease Joe death, especially the moment we see Abby meet up with Joe. Like the gamers who've seen the scene, we know what's gonna happen. The people who ain't played the game, they ain't gonna know what happened yet. Joe's death is coming. It's not close. That's not far. And I think they need. I don't know. I forgot how many episodes they have, but I think they need to have that be like episode 6 or 7 when they when Abby and Joe meet up with each other.
I mean, have they already announced it's coming out?
Yeah, it's coming out next year. I don't think they even announced the official release date.
Yeah, I didn't even know if they had already started it yet. I didn't.
Yeah, they started. I think last year. I think late last year.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
because I thought the adaptation. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I did like some of the change. Like they had the fun guy be connected to each other, so that all the clickers will be alerted if they once. The whole network clickers are alerted, they all coming towards you.
Yeah.
And that's something they didn't have in the game. I did like that kind of change what they had with the fun guy.
I would say this one episode I actually like the the elaboration of the two guys. That whole episode where the two gay guys.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah. I couldn't think of his name. Yeah, but I really like the way they elaborate upon that story. I was like,
the story was good.
Humanity
I just want to see more Bill. That's why I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
I want to see more Bill with Joe and Ellie. That's why I thought they should at least had a build up to it. Like if they had Bill and Joe and Ellie building up, going to the house when they met, and I think that'd been better. It'd been a better way to end it. And you had because that was more like a flashback scene. That's a why did they did it with him being alive? Hey, come on.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things that they could have put 3 more episodes.
Yes.
On just the part of the game that they just worked on that they did.
Those, I mean, Ed Bill's just be a one-off episode. That's what I feel like he should have been. It should have been at least 2 episodes with Bill.
Yes.
2 or 3.
Yes. To me, it's so good. And the little girl that played Ellie, I thought she did a really good job.
People still don't like that. I forgot because she was in Games of Thrones. I forgot her name. Sophie, I think. Yeah.
What's that?
No, her name. No, that's Bella Ramsey, right? That's her name.
Yeah. Bella Ramsey.
Yeah. People still don't like her in terms of her portraying Ellie, in terms of her how she looked. Right, and the fact that the season 2 and 3 is supposed to be in part 2 of The Last of Us, man, shouldn't she be a little older and a little bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be because. And that's I had a feeling they're not going to recast her. They're just going to keep her in the game, keep her in the show.
Yeah, one thing about the game that I learned, you remember the song "Take on Me"? I had no idea that there was actually lyrics in part of that song.
Yeah,
take on me.
They in terms of indie game, they had the instrumental, but in the soundtrack they had the lyrics. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I didn't realize there was a part in there where it goes, "Take on me, I'll be gone in a day or two." Mm-hmm. I had no idea that was a lyric in there.
It was another song that I think. Well, see, part 2 had more lyrics. I think they had some songs. The soundtrack they had songs with some lyrics in it.
But I mean, they didn't put the lyrics in it, but just the way Ellie sang it in the game. And I was just like, whoa. It's not.
Well, the song that Joe sang, I think, was that was they turned that. I think they actually turned that into a song. The song that Joe sang.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. But I was just like, wow, I can't believe that there was a lyric there. That song came out in the 80s. I had no idea that there was a lyric there. I just thought he just kind of went like real high there for a couple seconds. But it says in a day or two. I had no idea that was in that song. I was like, wow, I learned something.
This is shocking right here. I did not expect this. BYU is beating down on Colorado.
Wait. Okay, never mind. Wait, is that the running back for them got the Heisman, didn't they? Colorado?
Oh, that Travis Hunter got
Yeah. Defensive guy and offensive guy. Yeah.
He play wide receiver and cornerback.
I'll tell you what I'm upset about is if the kid for kid. I'm 52. That's why I'm calling him a kid because he's only like 20.
Yeah.
But if he breaks Barry Sanders' rushing record for a single season.
Who in college?
Yeah.
Oh, what's the name for Boise State was it? Yeah.
I mean, I'm like,
they're gonna count the playoff games. Yeah, they're gonna count the playoff games.
I mean, he's already played, I think, 2 extra games, and he could play as many as 3 more games.
They got to win for him to get it. He had to win.
And we're gonna say he's got the season rushing record. Come on.
Well, it's the same thing with Saquon Barkley. With the Eric Dickerson record.
Yeah.
Because I think they say he need 250 something yards to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to rush for over 150 yards in these next 2 games to get the record.
Well, he's on one of my fantasy teams.
So you want him?
Yeah, exactly.
But Eric Dixon said he don't want that to happen. He don't want the record to be broken. I don't know why I'm seeing people being mad at him for saying that. Jerry Rice said the same thing too. He don't want none of his records to be broken.
Yeah.
His record's gonna be hard to break, man.
Well, here's the thing about Saquon. I mean, he set a 4th quarter out. He was like, "No, go ahead and let these young guys play."
Well, I think the game against the Steelers, he ain't did nothing he only had 67 yards rushing.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was one game. He's like, "Hey, man, look, you got a chance to set a huge record here." He was like, "Dude, just let these young guys go at it." I think he had like 200 and some yards in that one game. And he was like,
Giants game. I think he had 200-yard game against the Giants. Boy, the Giants. Let's go ahead and segue into football, man.
Hey, you know what? Let me just say this about the New York Jets.
Ooh.
I could not be happier for Karen Rodgers.
He might as well retire, boy. He better not even think about coming back, man.
He's got to go to Minnesota just like his hero Brett Favre did. He's got to follow that path.
You think Minnesota's going to let Sam Darnold walk and have McCarthy? McCarthy got hurt. They would go. They want to get Aaron Rodgers over McCarthy.
Who would have thought he would have had the season he's having?
Yeah, Sam Darnold's balling.
I mean, he went this guy. The Jets were like, just somebody get rid of this kid. And now it's like, wow.
But that's what happens when you pair a quarterback up with a great receiver in Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
And you got the other guy, what's the name?
And
you got 2 great receivers.
And you have a decent offensive line.
Yeah. You got Aaron Jones as your running back. Come on, man. Any quarterback I think could be successful in that offense.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing somebody was telling me this the other day, and I totally agree. He's like, quarterbacks that get drafted number 1 kind of get screwed. He's like, because if you're drafted number 1, you're not going to be playing on a good team.
And what I was saying about Caleb Williams going to the Bears, and the worst thing the Bears did was you get him all these weapons, you didn't improve your offensive line.
Yeah,
you did not improve your offensive line at all. And look what happened. He getting sacked with the game against the Seahawks, got sacked 7 times.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you're giving him wide receivers. You got him DJ Moore. You got him Keenan Allen. He drafted that on Uzume, the rookie wide receiver, and he can't get them the ball on a consistent basis because he getting hit.
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
I mean, you go back to what was that kid's name that played for the Texans? Not Derek Carr.
David Carr.
I mean, he got sacked didn't he get sacked like nearly 70 times?
70 times, I think, in a season.
I mean, and it's
in two seasons, he was over 150 sacks total.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way this kid is going to ever succeed like that. I mean, no one is. Tom Brady, if he's getting sacked 50 times a season, he's done too.
If Tom Brady would have came out the gate with the Patriots getting sacked 50 times a season, he wouldn't even play until his own fourth. Yeah. No way.
He would have been like, "Hey, Drew Bledsoe, you want to get back in here?"
Get back in, man. I'm getting killed.
Yeah. All right, how did you become a Steelers fan? Because I see the terrible towel right behind you.
You know, my dad was a Steelers fan at first.
Okay.
He was a Steelers fan. But I didn't really start following the team until they got Jerome Bettis. Jerome Bettis became the first player in terms of the Steelers that I was following. Every time, every time when the highlights come on, I got to see Steelers highlights. I want to see Jerome Bettis. I want to see the bus. So he was really my first player that I fell in love, my first football player that I fell in love with. Then Terrell Davis, when he had that 2,000-yard season with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say Jerome Bettis is my first. Was the reason why I became a Steelers fan. 2001 was the first time I was watching whatever games that was on TV of the Steelers games. And I'll make sure I catch NFL prime time with Boomer and TJ. Got to catch those highlights of Steelers. That's when I became Steelers. I'll say 2001 when I really became a diehard because I was just following everything Steelers. That's when I became a diehard fan, and that's when it led to me today. And
how many years did Jerome have when you really became a fan of his?
They signed him, I think, in '96.
Mm-hmm.
It was after when they signed him when the Rams. 95 was his last year with the Rams.
I remember the year that they won the Super Bowl with Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he averaged less than a yard a carry, but yet he had
he was a red zone back. Whenever they
just touchdowns.
Get that man the book. They had that 100-yard game against the Bears.
Yes.
He ran all over the Bears. He ran over Brian Urlacher.
Oh.
But that was a Super Bowl. Remember that the Big Ben rookie year, they were 15-1.
Yep.
And they lost to the Pacers AFC Championship game. Bettis was contemplating retiring. Then he turned around and said, "I think we won the Super Bowl with this team." And that became the rallying cry, especially when we found out that the Super Bowl was in Detroit, Jerome Bettis' hometown.
Yep.
So that became the rallying cry. And I remember, and this is why as someone told about with this Steelers team here with the comparison, like that Steelers team, because I think they had a 3 or 4 game loser streak middle of the season. I think going in October and November. Then they went on a 5-game winning streak, and they were going to the playoffs hot. And they beat the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't give a damn Carson Palmer. He got hurt. We beat it. If Carson Palmer would have stayed healthy that game, the Bengals are still not winning that game.
Yep. I
still say that. Still going to win that game regardless. But when they played the Colts, because that same season the Colts beat us down 28-7, or 28-10 when they beat us down. And I if the Steelers offense and the most shocking revelation in that game against the Colts, they came out and throw the football with Big Ben. They said, "We're not running the football. We're going to throw the football." And they got a 14-point lead on the Indianapolis Colts, and I was shocked. We got a 14-point lead. It's time for the defense, Joey Porter, them boys to cook. And that's exactly what they were doing. And boy, I was loving it until the referee screwed up that Troy Polamalu. They're gonna say incomplete pass. Troy Polamalu had that interception right in his hand, his own knee, knocked the ball out of his own. Man, I was so upset. And Jerome Bettis, I don't know if you remember Jerome Bettis fumble at the goal line. Gary Brackett put his helmet on the ball and the bus fumbled the ball. And I remember when I saw that, and Big Ben made that God-saving tackle because of, I don't know, I forgot his name, Nick Harper. I think it was Nicholas Harper for the Colts. All he had to do when he had the ball in his hand is run towards the sidelines. If he would have ran to the sidelines, the Colts would score on the touchdown. They take the lead. And I'm like, oh, God. I tell you, my heart stopped when I saw that from about Bettis. I was like, oh my God, this can't end for Bettis like this. This cannot end for the Bucks. And Nick Harper ran up in the middle. Big Ben made that tackle. And man, and what's the kicker? You know the coach kicker name? God, I forgot his name.
Was that the guy that came from
I forgot.
New England?
No, he can't play. Mike Vanderjack.
That's right. That's right. Vanderjack.
Yeah, Mike Van, he missed that field goal that would have sent the game to overtime. And he missed that. Oh boy. Yeah. That was a massive sigh of relief for Jerome Bettis. And they played the Broncos in the AFC. I said, Steelers are winning this game. We are winning this game against the Broncos. We are not losing. We are winning it. And they came out the gate dominating. I said, we going to the Super Bowl, playing the Seahawks. We win. In Detroit, Jerome Bettis got this. He got the Super Bowl ring. Won the belt, won the ring, and he retired on top.
Yep.
That's how you do it, man.
Who was quarterbacking for Denver at that time?
Jake Plummer.
Oh wow.
Jake Plummer. So I think
that's what I was thinking, but I was like, could it really have been him?
Yeah, that was the only time he got to the AFC Championship game in his career. Because I can't remember if he got benched in 2006 season. I think that was his last year. He played for the Broncos. Yeah,
then he went to the Bears after that.
Yeah, he was a backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that season, man, is special. You know, this I'm gonna tell me and Sean, we've been saying this so much about these teams today that this is almost like these teams don't have the motivation and the desire and determination to win. Let me tell you, like for the example for the Colts, Tom Brady owned Peyton Manning in the playoffs.
Yep.
The year when the Steelers won it, the year after it, the Colts was in the exact same situation. They were a wild card team. They barely beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. You beat the Ravens in that divisional game on the road to Baltimore. And I kept saying, I keep telling people that when it comes to defense, I think that 2006 Ravens defense is just as good or even better than the 2000 Ravens defense.
Mm-hmm.
That 2006 Ravens defense is all-time great elite.
Dude, that defense was just
every. But the fact that the Colts beat the Ravens and they played the Patriots in the AFC Championship game at home for the first time in the playoff, and they were down 21-6 at halftime. I'm thinking the game is over. Like, oh man, the Patriots they're gonna own Peyton Manning once again. Peyton Manning gonna lose to the Patriots and not make it to the Super Bowl. And he led them to come back and score the final 4 touchdowns in the game and won. I'm gonna need that type of performance for Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen against Patrick Mahomes. Because how many times and we ain't did this show, we ain't did the Johnson show last year, but I was so upset at Lamar Jackson in that AFC Championship game. I was so upset because that was your golden opportunity, your moment to take out Patrick Mahomes at home, the best record in the AFC. You win your second MVP. That's your moment. You got to get it done. And he felt so bad. And when I saw that, when I'm watching this game, like especially when he threw that interception, I literally got up and I'm like, "Come on, man, just come on!" And Zay Flowers fumbled the ball at the goal line. Like, yeah, it's overrated. Y'all never go. Y'all not beating this team. Y'all don't wait. What more can do? Someone have to come out and say, "I gotta retire." And so the team play motivate. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, especially the Bills. I'm like, yo, Josh Allen, you had a golden opportunity to beat the Chiefs last year. I mean, all these teams, I said this the last 2 years. The 2 times the Chiefs won the championship. They won the championship. It's not because they were the better team. It's because the team that they played folded. Like, they folded. They folded so badly. And this is why I forgot who someone on ESPN ranked and said, oh, the Chiefs is one of the greatest teams, top 25 teams of all time. Like, get the flying fuck out of here. No way. If I'm gonna tell you this, any of those Steelers teams in the 2000s will beat this Chiefs team. They will beat them. Sorry. Any of Tom Brady's pace. First of all, Pat Mahomes couldn't beat Tom Brady in the playoffs in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But imagine if he would have played against Tom Brady when he had those Patriots teams of the 2000s when they had Ronnie Harrison and Ty Law, Asante Samuel, and Mike Vrabel and them boys on defense. Those are Tom Brady's best teams.
Mm-hmm.
Now he had weak weapons, but guess what? He won. He carried that offense. But this Chiefs team is not a great damn team. And this one, and we've seen the fall of the San Francisco 49ers. I called it right on cue. I said the 49ers are not making the playoffs this year. They're going to deal with injuries. They're done. That run that they had, you have two blown opportunities to win a Super Bowl against the Chiefs, and you fell both times. So you're not going to win. Your run, because we've never seen a team go on a 7-year run and lose and turn, even after especially the Saints. I always say this. I don't know. You remember that Rams Saints NFC Championship game when the referees blow the no pass in the first call, right?
That was the worst call I think I've ever seen. I mean, I hear this a lot. Worst call I've ever seen. That one may have been the worst of all time. Yeah.
No pass in the first. Like, what?
Oh my God, he killed that guy.
Since that play happened, the Saints had never recovered because the Saints should have made it to the Super Bowl and played the Patriots. Yep. I kept on saying if the Saints would have went to the Super Bowl, they beat the Patriots in that Super Bowl. But they didn't. The referee screwed them over, and they never recovered from that moment.
Was that like Kamara's second year?
I think so. Yeah, it goes to that 16 or 17. I think that was the second year. Yeah.
I mean, that was a heck of a team too.
Yeah, that was a great team. And after that NFC Championship loss, they never recovered as a team, as an organization.
Yep.
It's hard. And just like I was about to say with the Falcons, you up 28-3 in the Super Bowl. How do you lose a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl going into the fourth quarter?
Tom freaking Brady. I don't know if they thought they had won and quit. I don't know. That's insane.
That is the worst choke job I've ever seen in sports history. I mean, 28-3. That game was. I'm always saying, Falcons made build a dynasty here. They choked that Super Bowl away, and they're never going to recover from that Super Bowl for decades. They would have to go on to win 4 Super Bowls for 28-3 to be a distant memory.
I mean, that to me changed the perception of Julio Jones. Julio, is a great, well, not is now, but was just an unbelievably talented player. Not winning that, people are like, he was a good player. Like, man, he was a beast.
And he did his job, and he made that spectacular catch in that fourth quarter, and it went for nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And it's just like, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised now that I'm thinking about it that Larry Fitzgerald, as great as he is, I mean, never won.
He played in the Super Bowl, and he balled out in that Super Bowl against the Steelers. He balled out. 2 touchdowns over 150 yards, right? So that's why I think he's going to be. He's the first ballot Hall of Fame. He should be. He's getting in the Hall of Fame when he first ballot.
Man.
But yeah, I mean, it's hard for teams to recover. Like, I mean, the Seahawks, you had a golden opportunity to win back-to-back Super Bowls against Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
Yep.
And you choose to not hand the ball off the beast mode for a touchdown. To get the game-winning touchdown. You decide to throw the ball and throw the worst play design ever. And since that, I think that moment fractured the team.
Yeah.
It was that moment that fractured the team because you had players on defense that didn't like that. They were saying, but they want to try to favor Russell Wilson over beast mode, over Marshawn. That's why you not get the ball to you? Because if Marshawn would have scored that touchdown, he's winning the MVP.
Exactly right.
Winning the MVP, and the Seahawks didn't want that. The league did not want that.
The league did not want that because he didn't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah, they did not want that. So they wanted to put the ball in Russell Wilson's hand and let him score the game-winning touchdown. Yeah, and it backfired big time.
There are times that coaches try to get too cute with stuff.
Yep.
And I'm just like, you got this guy that just runs over people. Like, come on.
That's just imagine.
To me, it's literally like that was like Bettis right there. I mean, he's so big and strong and physical. He's getting in.
So now, just in the opposite reverse, the 85 Bears, just imagine if they were playing the Miami Dolphins instead of the New England Patriots. Yeah. And you have a close game. Actually, the Dolphins are up 7 points. You got the ball at the goal line, and you hand the ball over to the fridge, and he fumbled the football. And you lose all your opportunity to tie the game up against the Miami Dolphins, and Dolphins win the Super Bowl. The conversation would have been, why the hell you not get the ball to Walter Payton?
All I know is if that had happened, maybe Peyton would have got a touchdown.
Oh.
The fact that Peyton did not get a touchdown in that game is criminal.
It's ultimate criminal. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
they lucky they played the Patriots and not the Dolphins. They are so lucky they played the Patriots. That's what I was saying. If they would have played the Dolphins in that Super Bowl, and then that Super Bowl was a close game, especially if the Dolphins was up on y'all and y'all still get the ball in the fridge, and that he fumbled. Oh, it been
and Dolphins had already beaten them. That's the only thing they beat them that year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Clayton and Duper and
that's why I can't. That's why I was saying that when people say that the 85 Bears are the greatest defense of all time, like it would have been if they would have played the Dolphins in a Super Bowl and shut the Dolphins down, then I would argue that yes.
Yep.
Because the fact that they played the Dolphins in the regular season and Dan Marino picked their defense apart because their defense cannot match up against a spread offense. That was the problem with they did. They cannot match up against the spread, and that's why I would put a negative stain on it because. That if you take that 85 Bears defense and put it in today's NFL over the past 10 plus years, they would not be great.
Yep.
They would not be great because they would get picked apart because you want to bring all your blitzes? Oh, we're gonna spread the football out and we're gonna pick your secondary apart. Your guys want to play coverage. And that's why I still will argue that 2000 the Legion of Boom 2013 defense I would argue that they are one of the greatest defenses of all time because look at the quarterbacks they played against, man.
Mm-hmm.
They played against all-time great quarterbacks, and you shut down the greatest regular season offense of all time in the Denver Broncos. Peyton Manning, who put up 55 touchdowns, they had 3 receivers over 1,000 yards. I mean, you can't get any more of a dominant performance like that against an all-time great offense.
It's funny. I forgot he had that greatest season with Denver. I forgot about that. Yeah,
touchdown passes.
Yeah,
3 receivers over 1,000 yards.
Mm-hmm.
you can't get an offense that dominant. And the Seahawks just smacked them around and shut them down. 8 points they scored. 8 points. The 2000 Baltimore Ravens, the best offense they played in terms of in the postseason was the Raiders. And let's be real, Rich Gannon is not an all-time great quarterback. He's not even a top 100 quarterback of all time. Rich Gannon. I think he won the MVP that year, if I'm not mistaken. But come on, wow. I think he won MVP.
I'm sorry, but that was a weak season then.
it was not. If you look at his numbers, it's not great numbers.
He was a good quarterback. He wasn't a great quarterback. He was a good quarterback. Yeah, he was better than who was it for the the Buccaneers? Was it Trent Dilfer?
Well, Trent Dilfer was there first, then they got Brad Johnson.
But didn't Dilfer win the Super Bowl?
Dilfer won the Super Bowl with the Ravens. Yeah.
I'm just like
Dilfer didn't even start. I don't think he started into the second game because I think Banks started the first game in the playoffs for the Ravens. They didn't start Dilfer into the second game.
Yeah, so I'm like, Dilfer's got to be one of the worst quarterbacks to ever win a Super Bowl.
Because I was saying because even with Brad Johnson, at least he had some good years in terms of stats.
Yeah,
Dilfer never did nothing.
No. He made a lot of money just sitting behind and with the clipboard. And there you go, the hat on backwards. There you go.
Trent Dilfer. And I judge defenses in terms of how the team could look. As great as that Bears defense was, the 86 Bears defense was better. Problem was they ran this Joe Montana time. They couldn't beat Joe Montana in the playoffs when it mattered most.
Yep.
They lost to Washington, I think, 1 year.
Yep.
Because if you look at the Seahawks, the Legion of Boom, they were the only team that had a great defense and made it back there the second year. They made it back to the Super Bowl the second year, whereas the Ravens, they won 2000, got destroyed by my Steelers in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't even make it back. They couldn't even repeat. And I always say that if they would have played the Steelers in the playoffs, it'd been a whole different animal. Because the teams that they played in the playoffs, they owned. They beat the Raiders in the and they owned Tennessee that year. I mean, Ray Lewis owned Eddie George.
Oh man,
yeah, Ray Lewis and George.
They were a good team.
Yeah, and then Tennessee made it to the Super Bowl the year before when they lost to the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Man, I mean, they were a yard away.
Oh, a yard short.
I mean, that was they had a special about that, and that tackle that guy made was incredible.
Oh, I forgot who was the other line. It wasn't London Fletcher. It was another linebacker. I keep forgetting his name.
Yeah,
That tackle.
Because he was kind of going to somebody else and then saw it and cut back and made the tackle. I was like, oh my goodness.
If he didn't reach out and grab him like that, that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
Titans win like that.
I mean, imagine the difference we think about Kurt Warner.
I was telling Sean a couple of weeks ago, Kurt Warner's in the Hall of Fame because he led the Cardinals to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because I think after his the 2000 when they lost to the Patriots in 2001, the 2002 season, he was bad. He was awful. Got benched.
He went to the Giants and he was not good.
He's not good. Eli Manning. And only the reason why he went to the Giants because the Giants already had in mind that they was going to draft a quarterback, so they just signed Kurt Warner for a veteran guy.
Yep.
So Kurt is going to start in the amount of games until they ready to bring Eli in.
Mm-hmm.
Because look, when he went to Arizona, Matt Leinart was the quarterback.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, Matt Leinart was the quarterback, and they were doing a quarterback rotation until when they decided to start him fully in 2008.
I thought Leinart was going to be good, and then who was that other kid at UCLA? Rosen.
Josh Rosen?
Yeah, I thought he was going to be good.
Yeah, they drafted that dude. He was a waste of draft pick. Yeah, I don't think he ever. How many games he ever started?
I don't think he ever played anywhere. I know he was backup again for somebody else. I don't know if he ever even played.
They drafted him and Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
So like, you want to draft two quarterbacks and Josh Rosen, he had no career.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. What is going on here?
I mean, the last team that did that was Washington when they went RG3 and Cousins.
And who would have thought that Kirk Cousins had a longer career?
I mean, I blame that on the Washington's coaches.
Yes, because they said play RG3.
When he hurt his leg, get him out of the game.
Yep.
And then he just collapsed on a play. Like, oh gosh.
Yeah, you talk about that playoff game against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Then when he got his leg hurt against the Ravens,
yeah,
that right there, you should have sat him for at least 3 games. The fact that you let him play and he suffered damn near the same hit against the Falcons.
Yep.
What is going on here?
I mean,
when you see that man needs vulnerable, you may have to. That's why I'm like, you have Kirk Cousins for a reason. Don't force him to play in that playoff game. Let him sit. Let Kirk Cousins play and see how Kirk plays. Mm-hmm. But the fact that you let him play in that game and he busted that knee up and his career was over.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy. I look at Jaden Daniels now, and I'm like, RG3, if he had stayed healthy, I'm not saying he would have done what Daniels had done this year, but he was really good.
I think he would have played. First of all, I think he would have been Lamar before Lamar.
Yeah,
he can run.
Mm-hmm.
RG3, he can legit run in terms of he could take a carry and take it 70 yards to the house like that.
Yeah. So I mean, I thought it was great. What do you think about Neil O'Donnell?
Oh God, don't you dare!
I'm sorry.
That 90. The man who calls Kevin Green, God bless his soul, Dan Super Bowl, man. No, that he is the worst. I don't care what anyone say with Cordell Stewart, man. I'll take Cordell over Neil down any damn day.
I like Slash so much.
Slash was the originator. Now you what's the name? What's his name for Philadelphia again? His name not coming to my mind again.
Which position?
Like the quarterback, the Eagles quarterback. Before they had what's the name?
I mean, we had
his name not coming to my mind. Yeah, I gotta get the
McNabb for a while. You got hurt now.
Before McNabb.
Oh, Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, that's what it is. Randall Cunningham. Because he was the first really truly athletic quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So Cordell came in. He did everything.
Yeah.
He punts. He ran routes as a receiver. He kicked the ball. He did everything. He threw the ball. That's why he was called Slash.
Yep.
Because he's really the first multi-weapon at skill position player.
Mm-hmm.
See, the problem when he became quarterback, he was good. He was athletic, but the problem is he couldn't read defenses. And now that's what that AFC Championship game to the Patriots had me going crazy. Like, this man's just throwing the ball to safeties left and right. Hey, you're not looking off the safety. Hey, come on, man. That's where you gotta be smart as a quarterback. And that was probably in I know that people didn't like hearing it at the time, but that it was kind of low-key true. Black quarterbacks at that time were not smart quarterbacks. They relied more on that athleticism instead of relying more on their brains inside the pocket when you had to read the defenses and read the field.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the problem. That was the problem with Mike Vick. Vick had athleticism, but he relied on his legs and he relied on his arm strength more. He's relying on his ability. That's why when he went to Philadelphia, he learned big time from Andy Reid. Andy Reid told he was a better quarterback in Philadelphia than when he was ever in Atlanta.
Being down here, seeing him, being a Cavaliers, watching him at Virginia Tech, just beat the living crap out of us. But the thing I learned about him was he did not know how to throw the ball. I mean, he could throw it hard, but he did not have touch at all.
No touch. He had no accuracy. He couldn't complete short passes. Like, man, you can't complete a check down. Come on, bro.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, props where props is due. He was a hell of a player.
He was beating.
He was a great running back.
A great runner. I said that Lamar is this generation Mike Vick, just that he's a better passer.
Yep.
He's a better passer than Vick.
I mean, it's players. If you look back through time, you look at like Fran Tarkington. That guy was the first guy that I remember hearing about that was just a great athlete playing quarterback.
He scrambled like crazy. Yeah. He was so hard. Deacon Jones used to hate going up against him, man. Man, I can't stand Fran Tarkington. That man is running all over the place. I can't get him clean.
And then you had this long gap, but then you had Randall Cunningham. Mm-hmm. And then
Archie Manning was a scrambler too.
Yes, Archie. That's right. He had no choice. That man had no choice.
Yeah, his offensive line was so bad that he just had to run.
His kids got none of his running ability.
Oh no, they. Maybe his grandson does. I don't know. Arch Manning, Cooper Manning's son. I
don't know. Does he?
Yeah, he can run. Cooper Manning can run.
I mean, I haven't even seen it. I mean, I saw him that they were.
Cooper was a wide receiver. He was the only one of the Manning brothers that didn't play quarterback. He was a wide receiver.
Yeah,
and his career got killed when he busted his whole knee up.
Yeah, I mean, like Arch, I didn't know because I've only seen him in one game, and he just handed the ball off because it was a blowout when he got in.
Yeah, but he started, I think, 2 or 3 games this year.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I know they said he's going to already forego his next year and just go.
He's a lot to be started.
I'm like, really?
Yeah, we just a couple more years away from hearing another man in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, no, they said he's leaving after this season.
He only gonna do 2 seasons?
Yeah,
so this is his freshman year. So
I mean, there's no.
He gotta do. He gonna do so because he gotta prove his stock, his draft stock.
They've already said he's going. He's probably be the number 1 pick.
Not this year. He ain't going in.
I'm telling you what they've been saying.
He's going next year.
I mean,
I think he need to do 2 years because he want to at least get and play. If he leads the Texas Longhorns to at least a championship, that right there, it'll solidify him. This is number 1 pick. Yeah, number 1 pick. He good.
I mean, I can't believe the kid that's starting out yours. I can't believe how good he is because he started at like Kansas or something.
I don't think he's really that great, to be honest.
I mean, he was coming into college. He was one of the top quarterbacks in the nation.
Because I think the 2 games against Georgia, he really failed to do something in those 2 games.
I mean, Georgia's defense is usually pretty good.
Yeah, they're not that good. They lost to Alabama. They did not do good in that game.
Yeah,
it was another game they lost to.
But
what's your thoughts on the college football players?
I think it's kind of stupid, but
do you think the right team? Because I was saying that
when I saw Arizona State being one of the Final Four, I'm like, wait a minute. How did they get the buys? I mean,
they won the conference. Yeah, they won the conference.
I mean, I think that's stupid. Just because someone wins the conference, they should automatically be on that the top 4 seeds.
Yeah, I think that's well deserved. Because if you win your conference, you should get it automatically. Especially you win the power conference because Boise State is the top seed because they won their conference. The problem with and this I think the big issue I have is. And this is why I'm getting tired of this SEC bias bullshit. And we saw what happened to Alabama. You lost your chance to get in the playoffs when you got annihilated by Oklahoma.
Yep.
24-3. You got annihilated by Oklahoma. That loss right there eliminate your chance to get into the playoffs. Yep. Sorry. You should not be held to 3 points to a below average Oklahoma who lost their bowl game a couple games. So they lost their bowl game. So that win against Alabama didn't mean nothing. Tennessee beat Alabama, and look what happened to Tennessee in the first round. They got blown out. Got annihilated by Ohio State. No contest. So those teams that people can Alabama deserves to be in the playoffs. Not so fast. You can't lose to Vanderbilt and you can't lose to Oklahoma.
The team I kept hearing was it Army?
Army won. I think it was Army. They won their playoff their bowl game.
I couldn't remember. It's either Army or Navy. I can't remember which one they were saying they should have been. I was like, well, I mean, they were like 12-1.
Yeah, I think Army only had one. Or was it Navy? I think.
Yeah,
they played each other, right? I think they won. They played each other. I forgot one of them lost, and that's when they got their first loss.
Yeah,
and I think it was Navy that was undefeated. Army beat them.
But I'm just like, hey, y'all should. Yeah, but it kind of sucks for them. Is like if either one of them will be good, that they announce it. I think either the day of the Army Navy game or the playoffs. I'm like, well, I mean, you're not even gonna give these guys a chance.
Yeah, they ain't giving them a chance.
I mean, granted, most of the time they're not going to
power conference, so that's probably the main reason why.
Mm-hmm. But I mean,
But see, Notre Dame, they're not even in the major conference, but they're going to get in automatic because they know the name.
Yes,
they're going to get in.
They haven't.
And then it's smart enough because they could have joined. I think they said they could have joined the Big Ten, but they said no, we're not. We're just going to stay be an independent school, and we're going to stay out in the conferences. And I think that's kind of smart for them to do that.
I mean, they're independent in football, but everything else, I think they're in the ACC.
Yeah, they ain't in basketball. Yeah, they ain't in this one.
So, who is your favorite Steeler?
Of
all time? Favorite Pittsburgh Steeler of all time?
This is tough because if I'm going by the plays that I watch, I'm instantly picking Troy Polamalu. That's my guy.
Tim.
Troy Polamalu is my guy, automatic.
I've never seen anybody for any team, and that includes Ray Lewis, with better instincts than that man had.
No one had the instincts. No one had the instinct. They could never be. That's the thing. His style play is only exclusive to him because no one could ever commitment on him. If you had the home, I forgot that guy for the 49ers. I forgot his name. I know he's Samoan, but he has the flowing hair. Like, yeah, he has that flowing hair, but he ain't no Polamalu. I know Polamalu did. They said he did train with Polamalu, but he's never gonna be Polamalu, man. Stop.
I mean, it was just watching him play. It was. I mean, I've never seen anybody 15 yards back do a wind sprint, and as soon as the ball is snapped, leap over and basically get to the quarterback before the ball gets to him.
Yep.
And it's just on a snap. It's not, the quarterback is under center. And like, how does
he did it to the Titans? That was even more crazy. That was at the goal line. Because at the goal line, he came from his safety spot and timed that snap so perfectly. He just jumped over and got the quarter. And I think it was Kerry Collins grabbing him and stuff down on the ground. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like he just did it once. He did it so many times.
Against the Ravens in the playoff in the AFC Championship game. Joe Flacco.
I think what's his name? Oh man, the guy used to be a punter. He's got the TV show. Oh my gosh.
Pat McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This story he was talking about where he was going to have a fake play and he was going to throw a touchdown I think he might have been going for a run. I can't remember which, but he was like no one knew this was happening, and they hiked the ball and he's got it. And next thing you know, there's Polamalu. He's like, no one knows this is happening. What in the world? It's like he ruined my one big play.
And he stopped the play. Like I said, he in terms of the plays that I watched, Polamalu is number one without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm just going by this old school, because I did watch some Steelers history and I watched some old school games, man, means you don't agree, man.
Oh,
means
growing up, I will tell you, he was my favorite player. Him, I think it was just his nickname, Mean Joe Green. And then you had Ed Too Tall Jones.
Oh yeah, for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys, I just love their names so much.
Ed Too Tall Jones. Boy, them Cowboys versus still Super Bowls, Hall of Fame versus Hall of Famers. That's what they're all about.
Mm-hmm. And apparently the Cowboys fans still think they're the best team. I don't understand. I don't get it. Every single year. Cowboys go to the Super Bowl. I'm like, come on. Seriously.
They still living on that 90s Super Bowl. And I'm saying the same thing with 49 fans. Like, yo, you bragging about, you've been in the playoffs, you've been in the Super Bowls, but y'all still living off that 94 championship. Steve Steve Young taking the gorilla off the damn back. See, I still living off of that.
Put the monkey off my back.
Monkey on my back. Y'all still living off that Super Bowl.
Gosh.
Hey, come on. Y'all in the exact same little situation that the Cowboys in. Y'all just made it to the NFC Championship games and Super Bowls, but y'all losing them. Y'all losing them.
I honestly just completely forgot that was the last time they won.
Yes.
My gosh, that was a long time ago.
Right in between the Cowboys dynasty.
Wow. And I also think about, compare that to baseball. I look at the Yankees fans every year. They're like, yeah, we're winning it all. It's like, y'all haven't won in 15 years.
2009 was the last year they won the World Series. And boy, let's talk a little about baseball because we best friends.
Yeah.
Man, that Juan Soto, man, that came out of nowhere. I was so stunned. When all the news, I think it was that Saturday when they said, "Oh, the Yankees going to sign Soto. They're going to sign Soto." Yep. It was the news. They were back and forth saying, "Oh, it's going to be the Mets and Yankees."
Yep.
Right at midnight or right before midnight, when I saw that news, like Soto is going to the Mets. He chose the Mets over the Yankees. If Steinbrenner was still alive, oh my God, he will go live it. I said, this man is rolling over his grave 15 times for this to happen. For a guy that was on your team, on the Yankees, made it to the World Series with the team, just for him to go to the New York Mets to take $5 million more.
I mean, they had one more season and $5 million less, and they're like, and he was like, I'm good. I'm like, what?
He goes to the
now. Do you want them to re-sign Alonso?
I think Alonso should resign, and I think he should take less money. I don't think he needs to take, because to be honest, outside of his performance in the postseason, he was not good for most of the season last year.
Yeah,
he was not good.
I've compared him to Dave Kingman, home run and strikeout.
Yeah.
And I look at this, I'm like, you put him by Alonso behind Soto. That's going to give Alonso some better pitches because Soto's on base all the time.
You
have Lindor in front of that.
Yeah. That's why I think Pete needs to see resign and take less. He shouldn't try to take some big contract. And I thought the Yankees going to answer, "Oh, we're going to take Pete. We're going to sign Pete," and they haven't signed Pete yet. So I So now when no one having him not being signed yet, I think this is an opportunity to Mets to go offer him a fair contract. I was just say that if he wants to take less money, which I think he should, take less money and sign back with the Mets.
The only other thing that I have heard, now you know how rumors are, you never know, but I've heard that there's another Dominican player that wants to come to the Mets.
And the Mets got a lot of Dominican players, and I think that's the reason why Soto. So people seem to forget that he got a big time friendship with Lindor.
Yeah. But that other Dominican player is Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Ooh. Now, what's his contract situation?
His contract is up next year.
Ooh.
So, and I've heard they're like, maybe that's why they're holding off on Pete. Maybe they can get Vlad next year.
Oh yeah.
And Cohen,
maybe they could trade. Maybe they could trade for him because, like with the Yankees, the fact that they trade for Juan, they got a chance to give him even extend his contract after that. So I think maybe the Mets should do that same situation. Trade your assets instead of signing him right up front.
Yep.
Trade for him now, and it depends on how the team do. And I think I agree with Stephen A. Smith on this. I'm 100%. Aaron Judge was garbage in that whole playoffs. He was garbage. I mean, I'm watching the Yankees. They were lucky they won that American League Championship game because I feel like without Solo and who's Stanton, without those two guys, they ain't winning that series.
Yeah,
they're not winning that series against the Warriors. So like, come on, because Aaron Judge was trash and he was god awful against the Dodgers. He had that one big home run, but that home run ain't did nothing for him for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Like, woo.
I will say I don't like the Yankees. I like Aaron Judge. He seems like
he's a good guy, but man, he's not been good in the postseason. He's not. I think the last 3 years, and I think the reason why the Yankees made it to the American League, made it to the World Series because they had to play the Astros.
Yep.
They can't beat the Astros in the playoffs for their life depends on. They can't beat that team. But the fact that the Astros they lost in the wild card, it opened the floodgate for the Yankees to make it to the World Series.
Yep. I mean, the Astros, they're going to be terrible for a while.
Yeah. Well, they surprised me this year, the fact they made it to the playoffs. I was like, wow, they made it to the playoffs. So
well, you know what? I shouldn't say that because the American League West, I mean, I guess the Rangers will be in the playoffs, but outside of that, it's not a good division. I mean, Seattle's still young with Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah, they're a young team, but we'll see how they improve.
Maybe in the AL Central, maybe the White Sox.
God, that team, that White Sox.
I am shocked. Like 2 years ago, I was like, this could be a really good young team. They're going to be good for a while, and now they are just destroyed.
Disaster. Like you think, because the Tigers. Then the Tigers made them. Yeah, they made
Yeah.
I was trying to get the Tigers back in the playoffs, and they lost to the Yankees in the second one. Yeah.
I mean, I cannot believe that the Tigers had a winning season. Yeah. I did not see
that.
I mean, that pitcher, that Scoble, I mean, that dude is really good. But I don't know. So baseball, you are a Mets fan. That's right. We already talked about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind getting Alex Bregman.
The Mets need to sharpen up they middle relief in the bullpen. Boy, oh boy, they need to sharpen that up big time. Because that bullpen middle relief is not good.
I mean, we could use like to me, like pitching from beginning to end, we could use. Mm-hmm. I mean,
if the Asian, what's the name of the Asian guy again? If he just stay healthy, he just needs to stay healthy, and he could be an ace, a Cy Young winner if he just stay healthy. Because the fact that he came back, got hurt again, I'm like, oh man, he got. And I did not like the fact that they started him in that game against the Dodgers. I was just like, nah, they're not gonna win this game. They are not gonna win. And the fact that he gave up 2 home runs, like, oh no.
Do we know if what's his name, the Japanese pitcher? Do you know if he signed yet?
I can't remember.
It's Ruki Suzaki. I mean, I'm guessing he's gonna probably sign with a West Coast team, like
Tony did with the Dodgers, man.
Yeah, with the Dodgers or the Mariners. They seem to like the Japanese players seem to like to stay on the West Coast.
They still get nationality in the East, but it has to be in New York because they ain't gonna go to a small market team in the East.
No. I'll tell you the problem. I as much as I love baseball, I'm getting to the point where it's getting ridiculous. Where you have like Dodgers, now the Mets, Yankees, Red Sox.
Yeah,
it's like that's where all the good players seem to go. And it's just like
all the money because the like I said, baseball, there's no cap, man. Their owners just splurge their money on players.
Yeah, I mean it's just like you have minor league teams, but you have like all minor league teams.
You did have small market teams win championships, man.
Yeah.
You had small markets. I mean, like I said, the Yankees ain't won the championship since 2019.
And no one's upset about that.
Yeah, they sure ain't. So, you had the Braves won the title.
Yeah. Now, the Braves, I give them a lot of credit. I mean, they, as much as I don't like the Braves, I do like Acuna, and I felt bad when he got hurt.
Oh, yeah. He hurt. Him being hurt really killed their season.
Yeah. And, I mean, the player that I think he could have been, he just keeps getting hurt. It makes me sad a little bit. It's like Mike Trout. Like, year after year now, he just keeps getting hurt.
Just can't stay healthy.
And
can't stay healthy.
And, he's basically had one playoff series, and that was back in, like, 2014. It's like, man, what a talent just gone. And I feel like he's gone. Like, oh, well.
Back with the Mets, I was like, when they lost to the Dodgers, I was not upset because I did not anticipate the team even making it to the National League Championship game. I did not have National League Championship expectations for the Mets this year. But the fact that they got there and they beat the Phillies, that was the number one thing. they beat the Phillies. Because I hated that fuck, especially the way they lost that series in the regular season to the Phillies. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they beat them, and it took 6 games to the Dodgers, because I think the Mets could have gotten easy. They could have easily lost 2 more. They could have got swept.
Yeah.
They could have gotten swept in that series, but they showed up. They won 2 games, like unlike the Yankees, who just they just caved in big time.
And I will tell you, Lindor. He's a guy that when he first come over, I'm like, I like this guy. But I love this guy now.
Yeah, yes.
He hit that big home run, dropped the bat down, jogged around the bases. Mm-hmm. Didn't show off, didn't throw the bat.
He just looked up, tossed it back, and walked, did a little celebration.
He reminded me so much of Barry Sanders. Mm-hmm. Score the touchdown, hand the ball to the ref, run to the sideline. And I'm just like,
Pete Alonso hit that home run. And was it against the Padres, right? I think when Pete Alonso hit the home run that won the game. Mm-hmm. I think it was the Phillies game when Lindor hit the grand slam. I think it was the grand slam he hit against the Phillies.
Yeah.
That won that game.
I mean, we'll see. I want Pete back. I'm a big fan of Pete. So
I think he needs to come back. I mean, welcome him back and bring him back. Let him be at least. I don't think he's gonna be a Met lifer like a David Wright. David Wright played his whole career with the Mets, but let him sign him for another 4 years. I'll give him a 4-year contract. Probably how much? I saw that list of the money that I mean, Mookie Betts is getting $300 million. If I'm not mistaken, $370 million from Mookie Betts.
Yeah,
Ohtani was getting $700 million.
$700 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about Ohtani compared to Soto. I look at Ohtani and I say, this guy, he makes money. I mean, you look at the Asian market. I'd be willing to bet they are close to making $700 million on all the hats and all the jerseys that they've sold in the Asian market.
Yes, because he's not just getting the money from America. He's getting it from Asia too. So he's getting both sales.
Now, I look at Soto. No disrespect to the Latino market. They are not the Japanese market.
They definitely not. I
mean, trying to get $750 million or $765 million back, that's gonna be. But again, Cohen, he's like, I'm a billionaire how many times over? He don't even care. But I'm just like, man, that's a lot of money.
Cool. And he got an opt out after the 5th year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if it's. I guess it's him that's got it. Because I wasn't sure if it was him or the team. I know one of the two has an opt out.
Yeah, had an opt out option. I know it was after. They said 5 years.
I mean,
you want him to be at least of that 15-year contract. You want him to at least play 10 years.
Yeah,
be there for 10 years.
I mean,
at least win 2 championships. I was telling you that, man. You got to win 3 or 4 championships with this contract.
Yeah. We haven't had one since 1986.
Coming up on 40 years. Bro.
That's crazy to think. I mean, we were so close against Kansas City.
I hate that World Series with a passion, man. That is one of the most frustrating World Series, just as a frustrating event. The Mets they could have won that series 5-1 themselves. Man, they had 3 games they should have won. And the Warriors, especially that game 4, I keep forgetting that guy's name. He had 24 pitches at bat. This dude didn't want to strike out or didn't want to stay at pitch. He's just making contact with everything. Like, come on, dude. Come on. They were just 1 out away from getting this damn game, tying the series up. And this dude's just fighting off everything until he gets a double, and the next batter come up, gets a hit, and tie the game up, and we go in that shit. It's like, oh, God, man. That game 4 was so frustrating, man.
I think about that, and I'm like, that could have broken that streak, but no. We could have beat the Yankees back in, was it 99?
Yeah, 2000, I think.
2000, yes, 2000. Because
Benny Ibani, the Benny Ibani guarantee. Oh, man. All right, man. I think my brother, he got the newspaper of that World Series Game 5. Oh, yeah.
You know what? It was still better than the Yankees' 5th inning.
Yeah, man. I tell you, when Freeman hit that home run, I was just laughing my ass off, man. When he hit that home run, like, oh man, the Dodgers are winning this World Series. Yeah, the Yankees, rest in peace.
I mean, I've never seen a player have that kind of World Series. I mean, it was incredible.
He's an MVP.
Poor guy's just limping around and just does that.
Just hitting all these big time hits. Like, yo. And we hit that game 3, like, yeah. Rest in peace, Yankees. Y'all not winning a game.
I will say in the 80s, we really should have won like at least 3 and just win that one.
Yeah, they had to win the one, man. Oh, Doc couldn't. Oh, man.
I mean, Doc and Darryl, if they were clean, I still believe both of them would have been in the Hall of Fame. Still believe.
Ain't Darryl in the Hall of Fame?
Huh?
No, Doc is not Doc.
No, I'm saying if neither one of them had done drugs back in the day, they had the talent to be Hall of Famers.
They are trying to be all-time great, especially Doc.
Yeah.
Man, pitching was insane.
Yeah.
He was nasty with his pitching.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, gosh, he played here in Lynchburg in 1983. I mean, you saw him pitch. He struck out 300 batters. I think it was like in 160-something innings. It was some ridiculous numbers. Like, that's insane. You can't do that. And then just, man.
He was a strike hitter because he rarely throw balls. He rarely lose control of his pitches, and he throw strikes. So you really have to make contact with his balls, because if you don't, you getting out, man. You done.
Yeah. I mean, that curveball he had was absurd. But those teams, they were so good. I mean, we had 4 great starters. I mean, Sid Fernandez, so underrated. Bobby Ojeda, great pitcher. Ron Darling was the other one. Yep. Such a great team. John Franco closing. You know, Keith Hernandez at first, Gary Carter back there.
Oh, Gary Carter in the outfit.
Lynn Dykstra is probably still in prison. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from him. And that's what made that 2016 team. That was amazing. That Mets pitching staff that they had. We had Syndergaard, Thor, Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey, Dark Knight. He was the Dark Knight.
Yep.
Who was
Dark Knight. You had Thor. Jacob Rome.
Yeah, DeGrom. You had DeGrom. That pitching staff was awesome.
Wheeler was on that team. Zach Wheeler.
Zach Wheeler. Oh,
he wasn't even starting.
No, he was coming. He was like the
Stephen Matz was the 5th starter. Stephen Matz.
I
remember before that season started, you had people going, "Is this the greatest pitching staff of all time?" And my thought immediately was, can we let these guys like pitch a couple of seasons together?
Yes, yeah.
And I mean, before that season was over, I mean, after that season, it just all collapsed.
Mac, he was getting hurt like crazy, and I think it started in that season too, because he missed 7-8 games.
Yep.
But after 2016 season, that man, his arm just completely, he just couldn't recover.
Yep.
Could not recover at all.
He played with the Angels for a couple seasons, and I think he might have ended like with the Twins or somebody.
And Syndergaard had that great 2017 year, but he wasn't the same after 2018.
Gosh,
he was not the same, because I think he got hurt and missed some time and came back, and he was average pitching. Because he played with the Phillies, right? I remember he did.
I think that's where I believe he ended his career there. I think either there or I think he went to the Angels for a little bit. I mean, I was just like, man, this could be
having Zach Wheeler go to the Mets, man. I mean, the Phillies. Oh boy, that really hurt.
Yeah, he almost won the Cy Young. And Stephen Matz, I don't even know if he's still pitching.
Oh, Matz, yeah, that's right. He was on part of that rotation. Yeah. Oh, boy.
I don't even know if he's still pitching. Do we think Diaz, is he going to be back to what he was 2 years ago? Edwin Diaz? I love it when he comes in there. He's got that music playing. I do love that.
He did lost us a game. I forgot what he did lost the game. I don't like when they bring him in kind of early. Diaz need to come in the 9th inning. Don't bring him in the 8th inning. That's just so desperation in your middle relief. Well, you
I mean,
gotta bring him in.
the first two batters he faces, you're almost guaranteed he can't throw a strike.
Yeah.
And then after that, he's locked down. But those first two hitters, he can't get up for nothing.
Mm-mm. Now that's when you bring him in early. Like I think I forgot what game was it. Was it the game 2 or 3 against the Phillies when he came in? They brought him in the 8th inning, but he didn't close out the 9th inning. I'm like, well, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, nah, man, you want to say you want to have your closer for the 9th inning. That's what a closer is supposed to do.
Yep.
Come in the 9th inning and shut the game down. Don't bring him in the 8th inning with guys on base when you desperately need some outs. Like, nah.
You're too young to remember back in the days when pitchers pitched 3 innings to get saves.
Nope. Yeah. I won't be surprised. I mean, goddamn, I forgot who that pitcher name was. I mean, they said that. They said he came in the 6th inning. They had to start the pitcher. He came in the 6th inning and closed the game out. Like,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, back in the day, it was like you know, you didn't have the guy come in, throw 2 pitches, and there's the save.
Yeah.
I mean, they would pitch 3 innings, 4 innings, and yeah, I mean, 1 inning, the guy was like, maybe I shouldn't even been there. Yeah. There was a pitcher, I can't remember who it was. I think he got like 30 some saves because back then that was a lot. And I think he had like 40 games and had like 130 innings.
130 innings were close.
I mean, because nowadays you have starters, you only get like 150.
Yeah. They got to rush these starters, especially if the moment they get hurt. Oh, you gonna be on the clock. On the time you only gonna pitch 1 game per week.
Yeah, I mean, look at like Nolan Ryan and those guys back in the day. They pitched every 4 days, and and they didn't want to come out of the game. Mm-hmm. It's like I don't, like today's guys. It's like I come in to pitch 5 innings, just enough to get my win, and that's it. They don't expect to go 9 anymore.
There's rarely pitchers that go the distance 6 or 7 innings, or even go to 8th inning. Mm-hmm. You rarely get that in today's baseball.
I mean, there was a guy last year. He had a no-hitter in the 7th inning, and they pulled him. I'm like, what? He had 90-some pitches. I was like, what? Wait, what? No.
That pitch count, because if you get to 80 to 90 pitches around the 6th, 7th inning, they're going to pull you.
Yeah.
It's just a guarantee you're going to get pulled.
I mean, if you get like 110, like, oh my gosh, that's crazy.
And I still remember when Johan Santana did that no-hitter for the Mets. I think he only pitched. He was before he got to the 8th inning, he was only at 60 pitches. 60 pitches before the 8th inning. I think he only finished with a total of 82 or 83 before he got that no-hitter with the Mets. Like, because he was getting quick outs. The hitters going by quick. He never got. I think no one came close to getting on base. Because I think that guy who you talking about, he walked a lot of guys. I can't remember his name, but I did remember when he was talking about that. He had like 5-6 walks. Like, Jesus Christ. that to me killed your complete game, because a perfect game, because you got those walks. Because the perfect game is you go the entire game with no walks, no one on base. Period. Because who was that pitcher for the Phillies a couple of years ago who had that perfect game? No walks, nothing but strike. I think he only had like 7-8 strikeouts. But I know he had a lot of fly. He had 3 straight flyouts.
What's his name?
That guy's name.
Scherzer had a perfect game.
Was it Max Scherzer? It could have been.
I mean, not for us.
Yeah, not for Max.
Roy Halladay, he got one in the playoffs. A perfect game in the playoffs. Yeah. For the Phillies. So it don't count.
Yeah, but that's how you in today's baseball, you get to that 80. Because I forgot who was the Mets pitcher in the playoffs that he was pitching great. What's this the one who they signed, Sana? I can't pronounce his last name right, but I remember he was pitching great. This dude was balling. It was that game against the Phillies. That's right.
Was that this year?
Yes, in the playoffs. He was balling. I think he had no hits given up. Then I forgot his name.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of who it was. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I forget. He's the man because he signed. I don't think he's Is he? I think he came out. So no, Savino.
Yeah.
He was balling. He was pitching his ass off, having a great run. He got to 60-something pitches, and that's when they was kind of questioning whether he was going to pitch another full 2 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Then he self-destructed. He gave up a solo home run. Then he gave up a 2-run homer to what's the name? It was the left the first baseman for what's his name? Coming to mind. I gotta look that up.
Not Schwarzer. Harper.
Yes, yeah, Harper. He did a 2-run homer, and he self-destructed, giving up those 2 runs after giving up no hits and no runs going before that. And once he got the second pitch, he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, damn, man.
I don't know. Hey,
it happens.
This is our year.
We'll see, man.
We got a lot of stuff we need, though.
With Soto, I'm expecting no more than that. And the Dodgers, because I'm not sure they're going to be a dynasty. They had a great miracle run this year. They won the championship, but I'm not sure they're going to run it back again.
I mean,
now, do you think they're going to have a tiny pitch?
When I look at their team, I mean, good gracious.
Because I think that's the most surprising, the fact that he did not pitch this year.
Yeah.
Because you gave him that money. You gave that pretty much most of that money for his pitching ability because he was pitching great with the Angels.
Yeah.
So are you going to let him pitch this year after not letting him pitch last year?
Yeah. Was he had Tommy John surgery, I think, before that again.
That's what I was saying. Are you going to let him pitch this second time around now?
Yeah. I mean, I just think about him, and I'm like, this is a guy, he was 50-50 this past year. Mm-hmm. Before that, when he was pitching, he was almost good enough to be a Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah. People were saying that if the Angels didn't have a bad record, if they did not have that bad record, he probably would have gotten to the Cy Young. Yeah. So,
I mean, that's just incredible to me to think that there's somebody out there that can hit good enough to be the MVP and pitch good enough to be the Cy Young. That's
very rare.
Yeah.
What's his name? He was the last person to do it for the Yankees to win pitching MVP and Cy Young. Yeah, but today's baseball. Look, I'm saying because I don't know, you've been hearing about all the drama of basketball, how bad it is. NBA is just not good to watch.
I tried to watch some Christmas Day, and I've tried to watch some kind of here and there, but for me the biggest issue is I'm old, and I know what basketball used to be. Yeah. And now, I mean, I see people like just walking with the ball. I mean, they might as well be a running back with the ball because dribbling is kind of optional. Yeah, the Euro step thing, I'm like, how is that not traveling?
And you have
I'm old with the rules.
You have a big 7'2", 3 center. And literally shooting 16 3-point shots in a game.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, there was a game the other day I saw the stat. In the game, the two teams missed a combined 73 pointers. Like, imagine Larry Bird in this day and time. I mean, how many would he score now?
First of all, I think Larry Bird will absolutely attack the rim because there's no big man guarding the rim.
Yeah, I mean, but he could do that, but I mean, he would drain threes all day. He would be dropping dimes to people all over the place. It's just, and there are people like, oh, he was too slow. He couldn't jump. He's too slow. I'm like,
basketball. Look, just like I said in one of my comments on Twitter, that guys like Kevin McHale and Tim Duncan made the position of power forward look so easy.
Yeah.
Seeing these guys today playing basketball, they make it look so bad and frustrating. Like, what are y'all doing out there? What y'all got? You got no low post skill. You can't do nothing.
Yep.
In the low post, you got no great mid range jump shot. Well, what are y'all doing?
Nobody. It's dunk or three. That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's it.
And like, I love my Knicks, but I do like how Karl Anthony Towns is playing. He's playing great basketball. But he has a tendency to shoot a lot of 3-point shots in the game. I'm like, come on, man. Attack the basket.
Now, I will say I do enjoy watching Wemby.
I just can't stand him taking threes. See, like, dude, you're 7'4". You should be in the low post. The problem is he's too skinny. He got no body on him, so he can't dominate no one in the low post 1-on-1.
Well, you know who you can blame for 7-foot guys shooting threes? Manute Bol.
Bol.
Manute, 7'7".
I would put some of the blame on Dirk, but at least Dirk evolved his game later in his career, especially when he post up and he had that turnaround jump shot. When he posts you up and turn around with that jump shot, it's over. You can't defend it.
Yeah. I mean, that turnaround jumper, it was so fast. There was nothing you could do.
Could not defend that shot.
You know who would have been good in today's game? And that's Ralph Sampson.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, he dribbled. He's 7'4". He would dribble.
He was dribbling
a little bit of an outside shot, and they did not want him to do that. But again, it depends on his knees, which his knees gave out. But he could have been really good in today's game.
Man, look at Joel Embiid. I think we're seeing the fall of him right now. Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
We are seeing the fall because that man, he cannot stay healthy at all.
Yeah.
He just can't stay. His knees, anything. It's like he's so fragile that if he get hit, he get hurt. He's automatically on the injury report.
Mr. Glass.
Yeah, he's turning into that.
How is the guy for Denver? How's he doing? Jokic.
Well, see, I remember there was one stretch where he was getting a triple double, getting 40 points, but they were losing.
Wow.
He was having vulnerability right now. My history with Joker, he is the most unathletic big man I've ever seen in my time. This dude, he literally just walks with the ball. He ain't running. He walks with the ball.
Yeah.
He has a wide open fast break lane, and all he do is just toss it up to them.
And I said this about him. I was like, this guy is slow. He's white, and I'm just thinking to myself, this guy's won back-to-back MVPs, and I'm thinking, and you're saying Larry Bird couldn't play in this game, and look at what this guy's doing.
Yeah, and that's why I said I don't think he's that much more life than Kevin McHale.
Yeah,
Kevin got way more skilled than him.
Dude, McHale had his low post game was so good, and those arms just went on like Mr. Fantastic over there.
Yeah, come on. That man, he's not even like I said. I keep on saying Tim Duncan. He's the greatest power forward of all time. Man, I mean, that man makes basketball just look easy.
Yeah,
he makes it look easy. Simple shots, simple moves.
Yeah, people looked at him and go, "He's not that good." I'm like, no, he's big fundamental.
Yes,
everything he did was just so good.
Yes,
and people are like, "Oh, he's not that good." I'm like,
yeah, he makes it. He never showed the athletic. Like he was never more athletic than Amari Stoudemire. Mm-hmm. He's not athletic, but he could put the ball in the hole. He could score 40 points.
Yeah,
showing a lot of athleticism.
Yeah, I mean, he could get. If you need blocks, he can get you some blocks. You need rebounds, he's getting you rebounds. Mm-hmm. Whatever you need, that man can get you. And he was, he went to Wake Forest.
Yeah, he wasn't the most athletic big man, but the way he scored, it was easy.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day with all the transfer rules in college. You're not going to be able to go, oh, that guy was at Wake Forest. That guy was at Tennessee. That guy was – because like every year it's like they're at a different school now.
Yeah, especially with football because they do the NIL and they just transfer in every school.
And I was telling my brothers, like, at some point they're going to have a rule where, like, at halftime, like, my team's losing. I'm transferring to the other team now. I mean, just like, dude.
What the hell? You transfer to the other team.
They're undefeated. I'm just going over there now.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know how fed up. You know how furious. I mean, it's the reason why Nick Saban retired. You know why. Yeah. He can't deal with this.
I mean, like UVA's coach, Tony Bennett, he's just like, I can't do this anymore. No. I mean, Jim Larinaga for Miami basketball, he just the other day, he was just like, I can't do it. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the thing. I have no problem with them making money. My problem is the transfer portal.
Yeah,
I agree. You can't build any continuity at all.
If you have multiple players on your team transfer, man, that's not good. Now you have to go right back out and recruit and get more players right off the bat.
Well, I mean, it's either this nowadays. It's either your players are leaving early for the NBA, or they're transferring. It's like this year for UVA is like I think they have 2 players from last year. It's
2
like,
players coming back from last year?
yeah, I think that's it.
Jeez.
I'm like, how do you do that? How do you build anything like that? And it's everybody. Like, you look at Duke, every year they get like the top, like, I mean, not literally, but like 3 of the top 15 players, they're there for 1 year and gone.
And see, I think that's the problem with college, with men's college basketball.
Yeah,
going into the NBA, whereas WNBA, they stay to 3 or 4 years.
Yeah,
and they built it. That's why I said Caitlin Clark. She built her name playing it for 4 years.
Yeah,
so that when she came in, she was already superstar. Same thing with Angel Reese.
Yeah,
she built her reputation.
You done messed up now.
Yep, Angel Reese
messed up.
She built her. She won a championship. She's a superstar. Now you got Juju Watkins, who man, she's balling.
You know where you messed up?
What?
Because people now is like, if you say anyone other than Caitlin Clark, you're a horrible human being.
No.
I get so annoyed with this so much.
First of all, the funny thing is, I find it about 85 to 90% of Caitlin Clark, these so-called Caitlin Clark fans, ain't even watched a full college any game.
Exactly.
Outside of Caitlin Clark, they just following the trend of her. Because I seen when the first year her name started ringing out. Mm-hmm. When she broke one of the records for a week, when she shot something about 40 threes in a single week. That was the first time I heard of her, and I started paying attention to her on when they used to watch show the highlights. So I think it was the second year in there when they made to the championship.
Yeah.
So like at that time, if you have not watched Caitlin Clark from that moment. From that time when her name was starting to ring out, and if you only start watching her because of last year's appearance, you're not a Caitlin Clark fan.
Yeah,
because you just jump on the hype train, and now instead of you've been following her or been seeing since her name been ring out, and when they lost to LSU, Angel Reese, and that I was saying, that game really put Angel Reese on the map because she did the taunting right back at Kane. Remember, Kane was doing the finger taunting. Then Angel did it right back at her, and people started criticizing Angel for doing it.
Yeah,
I'm like, come on, Caitlin was doing it a couple games in the what's the name? The finals.
Caitlin is so classy. Everyone else is horrible. They're trying to hurt her. They play a little more physical in the pros than they did in college. You do know that.
You knew that was going to happen. You knew, especially when you're going against some big time veteran players. Yeah, I mean, come on. Let me tell you, it's going to take a long time for Caitlin getting the Aja Wilson status. It's going to take her because
you don't realize how good Aja Wilson is.
Yes,
Brianna Stewart. Brianna is an absolute beast out there.
Liberty finally won the championship, though. Thank God they came through and won it. Because if they would have lost, boy.
Kelsey Plum is really good. What's her name? What's her name that just retired? Dana Taurasi.
Oh, yeah, Dana Taurasi. Oh, yeah.
I mean, to me, I'm not going to say she's the best player ever, but she's up in the conversation.
Especially when it comes to two-way plays. I think that's where Caitlin is going to have to improve. She's going to have to she had to be great on defense. She had to improve her defense for her to be. Because I always said, that's what I'm saying with Juju Watkins for USC. She's playing defense. Mm-hmm. So unless she's scoring 30 or 40-something points, she could play defense, get blocks and steals. Like that's right there elite. Because this is why I watched Caitlin Clark games. Because when I watched some of her games last year, I said that she is a great 3-point shooter. The problem she's not a great finisher around the rim. Because whenever she drives to the basket, she stops and she looks to pass. She got no mid-range jump shot. She don't stop to the basket, take mid-range jump shot. Or she don't got no finishers around the rim against defenses. Because every time when a body comes in front of her, she stops on the dime and look to pass the ball instead of aggressively trying to finish the ball. So that's what she needed to improve her game. And that's why I was saying that she's an elite 3-point shooter, and she's great at passing the ball, but she is not an elite scorer outside the 3-point shot. She do not finish around the rim a lot, unless she got a breakaway fast break. And she'll do a layup on it. But when it comes to her driving to the basket, finishing the rim when there's a lot of contact. That's why I'm when they play LSU in the what's the name in the championship game. People were talking about Angel Reese a lot, but Flajo, she balled out. She was all driving to the basket and attacking the college. Whereas Caitlin, when her 3-point shot wasn't working, she had no game.
Yep.
Then once that 3-point shot is not working, she's not doing great.
I mean,
she had to wait for a couple to get going.
I will say this: I only watched the final four in the women's because that's all I ever really watch. And the WNBA, the first 2 years of the WNBA, I watched a lot of it. Not much sense.
Outside of the Liberty, because they're the only team I watch, and when it comes, especially when they make the finals. That's when I watched when they lost to LA. I'm like, oh, that was painful.
Was that like early?
No, they lost when what's the name? When they Aces beat them.
Okay, because I didn't keep up with it, so I didn't know.
Yeah,
I remember when Rebecca Lobo played for the Liberty.
No, yeah. See, I did not watch no WNBA in the 90s and early. I think the first time I watched it when what's the name? Her name not good. Maya Moore, when she her first, boy, I watched her college run when that UConn team was just absolute dominant.
Yeah.
You talk about a dominant dynasty. Well, they went 3 years in a row undefeated and won titles.
Here's the thing about that.
Ooh.
Gina Oriyama was a UVA assistant coach. If he could have just been the UVA coach, that could have been us.
Yeah, could have been. Yeah, but that would be able to get the players that UConn got though.
No, here's the thing.
Yeah,
we lost to Tennessee in the national championship game. That's back when we had Dawn Staley,
that's right. Yeah.
I mean, we had a great team. I still say to this day, if we win that, we become a dynasty. I still believe that. And we lost it in overtime because we missed 2 free throws late in the game. Not that I remember it that much. But, I mean, that team was so good. And Dawn Staley is also one of the greatest players of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But not only player, look what she's done with South Carolina.
They won 2 titles, I want to say.
Yeah. Yep. And they lost this year. I can't remember who they lost to.
Oh, who they lost to? I already forgot the champion.
Yeah. It wasn't LSU. It wasn't South Carolina. It wasn't Iowa. It was somebody else.
Let me see. I've got the WNBA.
It wasn't Connecticut.
No, Connecticut lost. I think they lost to Iowa.
Yeah, they lost. This is the first year that I'm just like, wow, they were not good. Oh my goodness. It wasn't USC.
No, they won. That's right. They beat Iowa. They beat Caitlin Clark. Yeah,
who did?
South Carolina.
They did win this year.
Yeah, they won.
I could have sworn they lost. Well, live and learn.
Yeah, they won. Honestly, now I'm thinking of it. Yeah, that was the problem. That was the problem with Caitlin Clark. She couldn't win the big championship.
Yeah,
because she lost to LSU and she lost to South Carolina. Because South Carolina, they won back to back because they were undefeated.
You know what? Now I remember that. Yeah,
they were undefeated the whole season when they won last year.
She the thing about Caitlin, and I feel like I'm bashing her, and I'm really not, because she's a wonderful player. But you think about the really great players, they can take it over by themselves because it's only 5 players on the court. Well, I mean,
like I said, she relies more on her 3-point shooting to get herself going. If she's struggling for the 3-point line, that's when she's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean she can pass really well. I'll give her that too.
But her offensive game goes by that. If that 3-point shot is not going in often, she's not going to score a lot of points without the 3-point shot.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if she gets a good coach, they can work on that in time. So
she works on that because I remember when I watched that playoff game, the WNBA playoff game with her, She did. She looked like she improved her mid-range jump shot. She's taking more mid-range shots more than 3. So that's a good sign. So if she do a better job at attacking the basket instead of just stopping herself, that's why I didn't like her in college. Like every time she drives to the back, she stopped and looked to pass and not look to score. Like, you gotta attack the basket and finish at the basket.
So yeah. Well, I will say this is an area I did not expect to go down today. Down to the WNBA rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, we talking WNBA.
Okay, we'll get ready to go because it's 4 hours.
Let's talk about let's talk about your Detroit Lions.
Oh yeah,
you made Packers win. I mean, not the you probably hoping the Packers beat the Vikings because Vikings win against the Packers. That final game to see, which I'm already predicting is going to be a Sunday night football game.
Yep.
The most crazy critical game in Detroit Lions history. Number 1 seed up for grabs. And the visit, they're gonna have to win that game to get the number 1 seed in the NFC North. Yep. So there's 2 days up for grabs in that game because Minnesota is right there behind y'all. Yeah, they're tied actually. Yeah, they actually tied.
I mean, think about this. How is a team? What are we? 13-2?
Yeah, 13-2. Both teams 13-2.
How is that even possible? 2 teams in the same division.
The same division. The 13 each.
That's ridiculous. I will say this: the problem we're going to have is one, Hutchinson being out.
Oh yeah, that was it. It's amazing that I survived this long without him.
Yeah,
but y'all lost so many other players on defense too.
That was my next thing. Is like that's the big thing. But then it seems like every week we get another defensive injury. I mean, the offense is still rolling.
Well, that's just lost. Y'all lost Snuggles.
Except for except for the first half against Buffalo, we kind of struggled a little bit. But but we turned it on, and we had a chance to win that game still too. So
you lost Montgomery, so you really one running back. And Gibbs.
Did you hear the crazy stat about Montgomery?
What was that?
That the before the season, the casinos had his over/under rushing yards at 775 and a half rushing yards for the season.
For the whole season?
Yeah.
He's over 1,000, right? I know he was over 1,000.
No. When he got hurt, he's got 775.
Oh, so he was at 775?
Yeah. So right now he's a half a yard to where the over/under was.
Oh man.
They're saying he's not going to get the operation, and he's going to.
They said that they're going to try and see if there's a chance he could come back for the playoffs.
I mean, I just thought about that. It's like, imagine having the over, and he's a half a yard short. Now that the flip side of this, imagine having the under, and they're like, well, he might come back and get that 1 yard.
He ain't coming back these next 2 games. That's the name show. Now that game it's a primetime game. I thought the Lions played the 49ers on Monday night.
We played them Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night game. I didn't even know that.
And Green Bay, they play tomorrow? Green Bay, Minnesota?
Green Bay at Minnesota.
Yeah.
If Minnesota win that game, like, y'all better start talking about Minnesota being a legit threat because some people kind of poo-pooed them because of Sam Darnold. Like, no, don't do that.
I keep hearing golf in the MVP conversation. I'm like,
nah, he ain't getting it.
He's had a good year, but I mean,
great year, but this is between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
I mean, to me, it's Josh Allen.
Josh Allen has to put up big numbers this next game. I think he needs to have a 4 or 5 touchdown game for him to put him back as a front. Because the fact that Lamar had the 2 big games in a row. So,
he had a passing and receiving touchdown on the same play.
Yeah. That's a laughable stat. When I saw that play live. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what? He threw the ball to Murray Cooper. Like, and I'm like, what is that, a touchdown reception or that's a what is that?
What got me? He gets a touchdown reception, but he didn't get credit for a reception. Like, how do you get a touchdown reception without getting a reception?
Yeah, he threw the ball. It's almost like he threw the ball and caught his own pass.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that game he had a receiving touchdown, a passing touchdown, and a rushing touchdown in the same game. I mean, I feel like Cordell Stewart probably did that at some point.
I can't. I know he had a rushing touchdown in a receiver touchdown in the game. I don't think he ever had a passing touchdown, rushing and receive touchdown.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he
I gotta look it up and see if he did it.
Have a passing touchdown, then have O'Donnell come in and throw to him.
Yeah.
It's possible for him, but outside of that, I mean, I don't know anybody else that could have done it. I mean, I know someone else that had to have done it, but
that's
all right. What a fun night, man!
Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Ooh, I was wondering.
Yeah, that's why I say it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, we went the distance. 4 hours. I was thinking 3 hours.
Hey, I just realized it's officially a 2-day show.
We 4 minutes. No, we are 10 minutes in. It's a Sunday. Yeah. 12:10.
And thanks for being on. And again, man, well overdue. We
do the show, man. Because I was gonna message you back in November to do the show. Like, yo, like, can we do the show? And I completely forgot to message you. Like, dang, I just realized. So that's why I wasn't sure if you gonna do the show at the end of the year.
I was about to ask if the crew was still on.
We still live. Come on over and join us. All right. Let me see. You send the link, or what's the name? Send the link in the chat. I'll go ahead and join for a bit.
Yeah. All right, brother.
All right.
Thanks for being on, man.
Thanks, man. Great show, man. Great 4 hours talking comics, games, and sports.
And
really went in depth, man.
Let's not be strangers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, I sent you not a friend request, but I followed you now on my disc golf Instagram because that's what I'm on most of the time now.
Oh, Instagram.
Yeah. So Simply Incredible Disc Golf. So that way, I can see all the stuff you're posting because again, haven't been looking at the comic book channel for a while. But 2025, it's going to be big again.
Oh yeah, it's going to be big in 2025, man.
Yeah.
We'll do just a couple more days away, man.
That's crazy.
More days.
That is crazy. Time is just going by so fast. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take off.
Yeah.
You guys.
Then all time.
You guys have an incredible day.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Mm-hmm.